Around 12:36 this morning, a confirmed tornado was spotted near Walker County in Alabama by the city of Valley Head. So here is some more video this morning that we are seeing out of the city of Dalton from overnight. At one point, 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn jumped in to help Dalton firefighters carry some children out of a flooded apartment complex, as we quickly saw a flash flood warning move into Whitfield and Murray counties around 1 o'clock this morning. But don't worry, we will be bringing you team coverage all morning long as our weather traffic and reporting team keeps an eye on any severe weather threats that we have moving throughout the area as you get ready to head out the door.
Yeah, such a busy night overnight, and our team had you covered all the way through it. So in the next few minutes, we'll get to Crash Clark and Jerry Carnes with a look at the roads. But first, we want to check in with meteorologist Chesley McNeil. Chesley, what's the biggest weather threat right now and the areas that need to be high alert this morning?
It's really up here to the north of the city of Atlanta. We have flooding that's taking place. Of course, we had these storms training up here to the north. They were severe at some point as they moved through our area, and now they're starting to push a little bit further over toward the east. We have one severe thunderstorm warning that's clipping just parts of our area. That's well over here, extreme east. That's now moving into South Carolina. As a matter of fact, coming out of Elbert County, moving into South Carolina. That's where the severe weather warning is extended there. So for us, things are starting to calm down. Now we still have some very heavy rain. You can see the lightning strikes. This is coming out of Gwinnett County, moving into western portions of Borough County. You notice the numerous lightning strikes. See that very heavy rain in there? That's what we're dealing with this morning. Now, it's not a severe thunderstorm warning associated with this, not as of yet, but that's what we're dealing with, some of the heaviest rain in our area. Going to catch a break from this, and you can already see that over into our westernmost counties. A few isolated showers still popping up, but we're not done with this. More back off to the north and west, as you can see. Tornado warnings associated with it, severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it, and we have a tornado watch that's associated with it over northern parts of Alabama. This line is headed toward us as well. Will likely arrive in our northernmost counties by 8 o'clock this morning, and then make its way down toward the metro area, arriving there just before 11 or 12 o'clock this afternoon. Temperature-wise, where we've had that rain so far is down into the 60s, 70s south of that, where we haven't seen any rain here in the metro area. 75 degrees right now in Atlanta, over toward Peachtree City, 73 degrees over toward Carrollton. Now, you'll notice the level 3 threat for Atlanta today. From Atlanta southward, we have a level 3 threat for severe weather. What does that mean? Well, damaging winds, hail, of course, heavy rain associated with it, and we cannot rule out a brief spin-up tornado. It's certainly possible. Here's the timing on it. We got the rain that's pushing out now. We'll catch a brief break. You'll get some isolated showers around, but notice this line pushes into our state just around the 8 o'clock hour and then make its way down toward the metro area by the time we get to 11, 12 o'clock today. Very heavy rain associated with it. There will be some gusty to damaging winds associated with it. It will be with us at least to about 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon before it begins to subside. And guess what? Another round of severe weather will come in late tonight going into Friday. We'll time that one out for you as well. But notice, again, today is going to be a stormy day for us. Starting this morning and through early afternoon, we'll be dealing with the winds and the rain from these storms. 70 degrees to start off this morning, at least here in the metro. We'll get up to 75 degrees by noon, on our way to 83 for an afternoon high. And it'll be around the 4 o'clock hour that I think we'll start to see a little bit of sunshine before that next line of showers and thunderstorms will roll into the area. So a couple of rounds now that we'll be dealing with as we head through the rest of the morning. Right now, we want to get a check on the traffic out there with Crash Clark.
All right, Chesley McNeil, somebody get that man some coffee and a large water. He's going to be busy today. We're going to be busy as well because we just want to make sure we got you covered. I don't know why it's completely black behind me. Something's wrong with my cameras. Imagine that. All right, folks, we are definitely going to keep an eye on the roadways because they are going to be wet. We do have some wet conditions. I was going to show you a sky tracker up along I-85 near Buford Drive, and you could see that water kicking up from those roadways. So certainly we're going to be seeing a lot more of this as that second round of storm starts blowing through. Going to be right there in the heart of the rush hour, folks. Be prepared for this. Stay weather aware. If you can stay home and postpone some of your travel, that is highly recommended. I actually saw GDOT doing some work across the top end, 285 westbound, in between a couple of raindrops. Looks like they're clearing all that out of the way. Big 3 in fairly good shape right now. In fact, they're in great shape. 75, 400, and I-85, all condition green. But again, this is all subject to change. And believe me, Aisha, we know it will. Over to you.
All right, Christ, thank you. You mentioned doing some delays or staying behind if you can. People already taking a page out of that book. Right now, Walker County schools on a 2-hour delay.
And this morning, we are hearing some reports about damage in nearby Ellijay, which is just south of Blue Ridge.
We are also tracking some other key areas for you this morning as more videos continue to come into the newsroom. 11 Alive's Ariana Manish joining us in studio this morning to really just kind of go over how bad things got overnight.
Yeah, good morning, Aisha. We had a crew in Dalton overnight as the storms moved through Whitfield County in North Georgia. And this is video of lightning off in the distance. Take a look at this that our crew experienced during the storm. And as they were driving around, they also found an awning from a gas station that had fallen down during the storms overnight. If you take a look at this video. Now, this video will soon pop up. It's from an Exxon gas station where a large part of the awning over the gas pumps, it collapsed. All this as rain was coming down pretty hard overnight. At this point, we are learning that thankfully no one was hurt. We also have video from our reporter, Cody Alcorn. He captured a flooding on 4th Avenue in Dalton. Moments later, firefighters evacuated an apartment complex on 4th Avenue. Firefighters searched through the flooded apartments. We also saw the firefighters carry some kids to their family's car when the ground level units of their apartment had to be evacuated. Yeah, this right here is video of that water. You see it rushing down the street. You also see lightning off in the distance. Our reporter Cody Alcorn, he also jumped in to help carry the kids to safety. Now, as they were helping the small children, other firefighters escorted the older kids out of the building as well. We also have videos of cloud pictures our reporter took as he and his photographer were driving in Dalton overnight. This is also video of that apartment complex being evacuated, and thus also pictures of the clouds that our crew captured as they were driving. Also, our team was in Dalton overnight. They came across some people who were dealing with their car had stalled out because of flash flooding, and it caused this car to shut off. Also, be careful when you're driving through puddles. You just don't know exactly how deep that puddle could be. Also, meanwhile, in LJ, a photographer, Tyson Paul, he found this storm damage. He says this happened on Old Highway 5 South, and the person who lives there tells us that they heard a loud noise and realized the building next door had blown into their home. That's right. Thankfully, everyone is okay. Just a little shook up at this point. Also in that same area, we saw a tree that has snapped some power lines. Now, if you took any weather videos, if you have any photos that you want to send us from the rain overnight, from the storms overnight, please be sure to send that to us as we can use that on air as well as online. All you have to do is text your photo or video to the number you see on your screen, which is 44885-7600. Back to you.
All right, Ariana, thank you. We see just how wide and vast the damage is, and even more people waking up in the dark this morning. We're talking thousands. Gilmer and Madison County, they do have 2,000 outages individually. Taking you to Habersham and Murray counties, they're seeing about 1,000. Meanwhile, there are hundreds in Rabun County as well. So far, we are seeing just under 10,000 outages in the North Georgia area.
All right, and as Cheslie was saying, we've got some rounds coming starting this morning throughout the day. Once those storms move through, experts say it's better to avoid taking showers or baths. Your plumbing can conduct electricity. As you hit the roads this morning or head to work, drop your kids off at school, remember, turn around, don't drown. You should never drive through a flooded roadway, as Ariana mentioned as well. And if your vehicle happens to stall, ditch it, get out, be safe, just seek higher ground. Finally, step away from floodwaters. Don't let the kids play in them because you never know what's in that water. Down power lines, debris, waste, all dangerous possibilities. Let's get back to Cheslie McNeil now. Cheslie, what do people need to know right now? You talk about these rounds coming through, so this is an all-day event we're getting ready for.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll get some breaks in here. It won't be all-day rain or all-day storms for us. We'll get some breaks in. In fact, most of the storms have pushed well over toward the east of us right now. We do have some light showers back off to the north where we had that training taking place. You see these green boxes here. That's where we have the flood warnings. Of course, the training that was taking place with that heavy rain pushing through storm after storm after storm, leading to the flooding up there to the north. We had severe thunderstorm warnings. They have now begun to expire. We are looking at some of the heaviest rain right now over into, well, now eastern and central portions of Borough County, right there over Winder. You can see where we have the heaviest rain coming down, indicated by that pink in there. Numerous lightning strikes associated with it as well. This is not classified as a severe thunderstorm, but it is packing quite a punch as far as that heavy rain goes. So if you're in this particular area, no doubt you're being awakened by some of these storms. You got Statham as well. This is headed toward you, so some very heavy rain coming your way. No doubt you're already hearing claps of thunder as it's heading or bearing down on you. This will continue to slide off toward our east, so headed down toward the Watkinsville area, for example, probably in the next half hour or so. You got the isolated showers up here to the north, so this would be considered our break because we got another line back off to the north of us, tracking a cold front that's going to move through, and it's going to bring in more of that heavy rain, a couple of thunderstorms, and some of those could be on the strong severe side as well. We had a couple tornado warnings in the forecast area already, so we'll keep you updated on that. As far as our temperatures go, it's going to be warm here once again this afternoon, and we're expecting to see a little bit of sunshine this afternoon. 83 degrees will be our afternoon high temperature. Look how warm it is down to New Orleans, over 100 degrees there. Watching the system, again, major system here, creating a lot of problems for a lot of folks as far as the damage goes. You can see from back toward western Tennessee. It extends up here to the north over toward Kentucky. Widespread rainfall, numerous thunderstorms associated with this line. That's going to continue to make its way further down to the south, so we'll be moving over our area. That second line likely to get in here after about 7 or 8 o'clock this morning and then make its way down toward the metro area and will be with us. At least that rain will be with us at least through early afternoon before things begin to subside. Going to catch a break this afternoon, 83 for the high, and then another round comes in here late tonight going into Friday morning. Going to detail that for you coming up in just a few, so you have to stay weather aware pretty much all day, folks. All right, as we track these storms, you can count on 11 Live Storm Trackers to bring you the very latest information on air and also online. If you text the word storms, that's with an S, storms, to the number on your screen, we're going to send you a link directly to your phone that could take you to our live weather blog. Once again, text the word storms with an S to 404-885-7600. Crash, over to you.
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to follow you, Chesley, and this is up in Winder right here. Look at all that rain and water, and well, there you go, some flashes of lightning as well. So this is Highway 211 as folks are making their way in and around Winder, and of course, I'm keeping an eye on the interstates up that way, so we are definitely seeing a lot of that heavy rain and water on 85 and along 985, folks. No matter what we're doing this morning, we have got to be careful as we head out. Back to you guys.
All right, Crash, thank you. Let's get you with another look at the radar right now. That baby is colorful and active. Multiple rounds of storms coming throughout today. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil staying on top of the timeline for you coming up in our next few minutes when we come back from break. Remember, we want you to stay in the know. Take us with you on the go. Download the 11 Alive Plus app for free right now. We'll be right back.
Everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternates.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world.
Here is a live look over Blue Ridge this morning, where we have seen that severe weather slamming areas near the North Georgia mountains. In just a few minutes, we're going to go back with meteorologist Chezzy McNeil giving us an update. 11 Alive's Bobeth Yates joining us live from northern Gwinnett County this morning as we're seeing these storms trend toward the east and possibly south. Bobeth, walk us through what you're seeing right now. We see you got the umbrella and the hood on.
Yeah, well, we're actually a little north of Gwinnett County. We're in Commerce, or near Commerce, which is in Jackson County, about 65 miles north of Atlanta. In this area, we've seen much of the heavier action from here north, where at times the rain is coming down extremely heavy, then there's slight breaks, so drizzle, and then it comes back. We're actually going through one of those spells right now. You can see, since we began talking, the heavier rain is starting to come down. And if you look behind me, we have kind of like a glimpse of the highway, where we've seen a lot of people, despite the heavier rain, continue to make their way at high rates of speed down or up and down 85. But again, this area is one where we've just seen a lot of that heavier or rain just in pieces, where it's heavy at times, light at times. And we've also experienced what I'm calling a heavy amount of lightning. It's been lightning, it's been thundering. So we're definitely in the thick of it. What we do know is that this part of the storm is actually very heavy. Chesley mentioned it earlier. It was one of those areas that are just colorful and red, and even that darker maroon color. And to our north, we're seeing that same thing with that heavier rain throughout the area. Again, it's not really impacting drivers who don't seem to be slowing down right now. But for me, the biggest scary part of it has been the lightning and the thunder that has been associated with this system coming, in spurts. Not all the time, but enough where it's jarring. But of course, we'll continue to follow this system. We're going to bring right it as it comes back into town, so we can get the different spells of it. But for the most part, this cell has been very active, giving heavy rain at times, and then even gradually lightening back up. But so far, not stopping, still consistent, where even when it lightens up, it's still some light drizzle in the area. But I'll send it back to you, Aisha, from Cummins.
All right, Bobeth, thank you. We appreciate you being out there. We did see quite a bit of that lightning behind you. You guys stay safe, and we appreciate you bringing us those updates. We'll see you again at 5.
All right, Chesley, let's talk about the timelines of the storms expected to move in later this morning. We saw how heavy that rain is where Bobeth is in Jackson County right now, so that you're looking at that 8 a.m. hour to kind of bring things in from the north.
Yeah, it's another line back behind the one that's on top of us right now, back up to the far north and west. You can't see it on the map right now, but that will make its way down into the area between 7, 8 o'clock in our northernmost counties, and then make its way further down to the metro. Right now, with all the rain that we've seen up to the north, hasn't touched the Atlanta metro area and southward as of yet. In fact, very warm. Temperatures are in the 70s here. We've been dealing with this rain. It was very widespread up here to the north. Most of that now pushing over toward the east. We had a couple tornado warnings. We had severe thunderstorm warnings. All that has now pushed out of our area. We still have those green boxes up there, which are flood warnings that are remaining in effect. Some of the heaviest rain right now, you can see over into Borough County. This is headed toward Bogart, and you can see where we have that heavy rain, few lightning strikes. Now, not as many as we saw when this was back off to the north and west, but now starting to see those lightning strikes begin to subside. Still got heavy rain over toward Commerce, over toward Jefferson as well. It's this line right here that's going to continue to make its way over toward the Athens area. In fact, with a track on this, and you can see it could make it over into Watkinsville if it holds together that strong. Right around, let's say just after 5 o'clock, maybe around 5:02, as that continues to slide about 35 miles per hour down to the east southeast, and that will be headed into South Carolina momentarily. Now we're somewhat catching a break, but we are expecting again more of those showers, thunderstorms to move into the area sometime this morning, and will be with us right on through mid-morning into early afternoon. We can still see some of those scattered showers, thunderstorms around. Still packing quite a punch as far as the heavy rain, of course. Our main threat with this would be the damaging winds associated with a few of these thunderstorms. Can't rule out an isolated tornado. 75 degrees will be our temperature by noon, on our way to 83 degrees by 4 o'clock this afternoon. By then, we'll be looking at partly to mostly cloudy skies as we begin to try to dry it out before another round down. We'll move in later on tonight going into Friday morning, so we'll be at it again by tomorrow morning. Notice what's up here to the north. This is what we're talking about, this line here. You see the red boxes here that indicates the tornado watches that is associated with this. That will be making its way down toward us, which is why we're saying around the 8 o'clock hour, that will be moving into the northern parts of the state and then making its way further down to the metro area. This is because of a front that's going to make its way through. Now, once that front gets through, nicer weather will be coming our way just in time for Mom's Day weekend. Cooler weather as well. We hit those upper 80s yesterday. We'll be in the low 80s this afternoon thanks to the cloud cover and the rain. And then we'll see those 70s make their way toward us after that front moves through the area. Notice now the severe weather threat shifts a little bit. We had this tan area just to the north of us, and now that begins to shift down to the south. So from Atlanta southward, a level 3 threat or an enhanced risk for severe weather. That's where we're expecting the strongest storms to be. Up here to the north is where we have the level 2 threat or a slight risk for severe weather. Those storms getting stronger with the daytime heating, of course, down to the south of us and what's coming through later on tonight. The major 2 threats with this would be the heavy rain, of course, frequent lightning associated with it, and the winds. Wind damage could be high on us. Low threat for tornadoes. There could be some hail and a few of these thunderstorms as well. About an inch in diameter is what we'll see out of that. So we'll catch a brief break. Now, when I say a break, there'll still be some isolated showers around the forecast area through this morning. Here we are by 7:30, and that line just now starting to enter into our far northern counties. That will start to make its way further down to the south. You can see by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, making its way into the metro area. Very heavy rain, some gusty winds associated with these thunderstorms as well. Continues down into the central portions of the state. By the time we get to 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon, for us, we'll be winding down with the rain. Notice the breaks in the clouds as we head toward early evening, 7 o'clock. We may be dealing with mostly sunny skies. Here comes round number 3. As you can see, that will make its way into the area through the wee hours of the morning. Stopped it here by 5 o'clock in the morning. We're dealing with another round of strong showers and thunderstorms pushing into our area. Should be out of the way by the time we get to 7 o'clock on Friday morning, 8 o'clock Friday morning. That's when the drier air will start to work in, and we'll be sitting pretty from there. We'll get the sunshine in, and it will stick around for the rest of the weekend. 77 degrees for the high on Saturday. Sunday, we're looking at 79. We'll continue to clear it out for Monday to start the work week, and then another round of rain and thunderstorms coming our way by Tuesday of next week. Crash?
All right, Chesley, we're going to be following those maps, too, because we know what's going to happen to the rush hour. And this is it right here. I-85 up around Highway 53 in Brazelton. You can see the dots on the lens of the sky tracker and some of that water being kicked up, and that's just going to be the nature of the beast all day long, folks. So be ready for it all morning long, I should say, as we all get out and get ready for that Thursday commute. 985 and I-85 saturated. Big 3 in pretty good shape closer to the metro Atlanta area. But again, as Chesley's watching this, rounds and rounds are going to be coming in. So be prepared for it. In fact, we've got more severe weather coverage and news coming right up. Don't go away.
On 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making
Back right now, the Atlanta Dream is getting ready for next week's season opener. It marks year 3 for former #1 pick Ryan Howard. Gotta check and see if we're cousins. Hey, cuz. Howard's career continues to climb in the A as she's earned Rookie of the Year, made 2 All-Star appearances, and has averaged nearly 17 points a game in her young career. She's also spent time training with Team USA ahead of the Summer Olympics, but that roster has not been finalized just yet. With more attention than ever on women's sports, Howard hopes she keeps growing.
I mean, I feel like I'm always comfortable when I come back here and get ready to gear up for the season, but another year under the belt, another year of seeing how intense that this league is continuing to grow and being able to navigate it better and continue to show like that I'm also still working on stuff, but I'm super excited to get back on the court as well and just super excited to put these pieces together that we have and show people what we can do.
Ryan Howard and the Dream wrap up their preseason tonight against the Indiana Fever and Caitlin Clark. Tip-off is set for 7. 11 Alive's Maria Martin will be live in Indianapolis, bringing you coverage all day long, starting on 11 Alive Evening News.
If you were looking forward to dancing the night away at Music Midtown, we have some unfortunate news to share with you this morning. The festival canceled for this year. It announced on its website that it's going on hiatus. The festival returned last year after being canceled in 2022 over what was cited as conflicts surrounding Georgia's gun laws. It's unclear the reason for this year's cancellation, but 11 Alive has reached out to festival organizers. We will keep you posted. All right, Chesley, a weather-aware day.
It's absolutely right. Thunderstorms are pushing out of our area, but we got another round that's going to move in. I got the timing for you and the full forecast coming up.
And don't be fooled if just because you see a little bit of a dry patch here, like the downtown connector around that Grady curve, not going to stay that way. As Chesley's been mentioning all morning, we're going to be following all these storms as they blow through, and that's going to have a huge impact on your rush hour. Folks, don't go away. We're coming right back.
At 4. Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors.
11 Alive Morning News starts now.
Taking you straight outside this morning, looking live at Dahlonega. We are tracking rain and storms for you right now. This is actually a live look at Truist Park right now. We do want to keep you weather aware throughout the entire area. Let's switch over to radar right now, where we are keeping a close eye on this system as it moves southeast into South Carolina. But don't let your guard down. You see how active this radar is. Another round of storms will head our way. Multiple rounds. We have team coverage for you this morning. Chesley McNeil in the Weather Center, of course, tracking the latest. Bobeth Yates joining us from Commerce as the rain heads that way.
And it's all going to impact your drive. So Crash Clark helping you plan your commute. Ariana Maniz updating all the overnight video and reports of damage and flooding coming in. You need to be weather aware right now and throughout your day. Thanks for joining us. I'm Cheryl Preheim.
And I'm Aisha Howard. We're going to get straight to meteorologist Chesley McNeil, who has been in the Weather Center all night tracking and making sure we keep you safe. Good morning, Chesley.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, most of the wet weather has been up to our far north, our northernmost counties. We had tornado warnings up there, severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Most of that now out of here. Off toward the east is where you're going to find that. We still have these green boxes which indicate flood warnings. We had training taking place, meaning that storms just one after the other in these areas all morning long. And now the heaviest rain is starting to push a little bit further over toward the east. Let's go down to the Athens area right now, where we have some very heavy rain and lightning and thunder associated with this particular cell headed toward the Athens area right now. Parts of Oconee County as well. This is heading a little bit over toward the east southeast at about 35 miles per hour. So that will begin to push through. Now, nothing severe so far with this, but it is packing quite a punch with some gusty winds. Winds aren't in the severe criteria as of yet, but we are looking at some very strong winds associated with this particular thunderstorm that will continue to push further over toward the east, over toward the Enterprise area, and then further into South Carolina, where now that's where we have all the severe thunderstorms that are taking place. You'll notice up here to the north, there's some scattered showers, a few embedded thunderstorms. So catching a brief break, we haven't seen any rain in the Atlanta metro area south as of yet, but now another line of showers and thunderstorms will be headed our way, especially this morning into early afternoon. So we'll get another round then, and then another round coming late tonight. Temperature wise, where we had the rain are in the 60s, 70s just south of that over the Atlanta metro area, and then down toward LaGrange, you got 73 degrees so far. Forecast track model shows again that next round coming in after about 7 o'clock this morning, northernmost counties first, and then making its way further down into the Atlanta metro area. We'll catch a brief break after that with some sunshine breaking out, and then another line will come our way from the east, bringing in more scattered showers and thunderstorms for late tonight going into tomorrow morning. 75 degrees by noon. We're looking at 83 degrees for an afternoon high today. Again, we will get some sunshine in here briefly before that next round comes in later on tonight. Here's what you can expect, folks. Those scattered thunderstorms with us at least through early afternoon, and then that another round late, and then we're looking at the cooler air coming our way just in time for the weekend. We'll talk more about that in the 7-day outlook in just a few. Want to take you back to the radar because our Bobeth Yates is out live into Jackson County. She's over toward the Commerce area. The heavy rain has passed you, Bobeth. You got some light rain right now. Tell us what you're seeing out there.
Well, Chesley, you're right. And the heavy rain has passed, and it's been a substantial difference. You know, what we were seeing is like a series of heavy, then lighter, then heavy, then lighter. Now we've gotten a break where the rain has subsided a lot. We're still seeing some lightning and hearing some thunder in the area. But what I've noticed the most is the wind. The wind has drastically picked up since the rain moved down in the area. Despite that, though, right where we are, we've still seen a heavy amount of people on the highway. What we did was we took 85 north and kind of traveled about 65 miles from Atlanta up 85. That's where the Commons area is. But if you look behind me, we have a glance of 85. Even though it was pretty heavy rain at times, and even now with the wind, we're still seeing traffic flow very quickly. And, you know, people haven't really slowed down. They're continuing to move through this area. We're continuing to see some of that gust of winds, you know, kind of feeling like you're about to blow over, but it is not consistent, just spurts of it. And then again, the rain has drastically changed and moved off to our east in the last 15 or so minutes. So we're hoping there's not another round coming this way and we'll have a break, but I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, nice to drop the umbrella at least for a few minutes out there, Bobeth. Thank you. Take a look at this video. There was flooding in Dalton overnight as that first round of storms moved through through. Cody Alcorn was there for some dramatic rescues. So much water that firefighters were pulling children from this apartment building, and then Cody Alcorn jumped in to help as the complex was quickly flooding. The streets were filling with water fast as well. A serious situation with more rain on the way. And Crash, that's why everybody needs to really be aware, because at some point when you're driving around today, you could really encounter a lot of water.
Yeah, absolutely, Cheryl. And that live shot from Bo Beth up in Commerce really showed those big trucks kicking that water up. And this is another shot a little bit further away from Bo Beth. This is along I-85 near Brazelton and Highway 53. And you could see some of that water coming up. Obviously, you could see a couple of dots on the lens of the Sky Tracker. We might be getting a little bit of a break. If you've got to hit the roads, maybe now is the time to do it. But later on, as Chesley's been tracking, it is all coming back to us again right in the thick of the rush hour. If you got to roll into downtown, you're in pretty good shape, especially if you're off to Hartsfield Jackson. Maybe you're catching an early flight. 75, 85, that south side perimeter looking good. I checked all the wait times, all checkpoints under 15 minutes, but we are definitely in for another round of rain. So folks, got to stay weather aware. Aisha.
All right, Crash, thank you. And we know the little ones are getting ready to head out this morning, so we want to get you an update on this. We are seeing some delays. Walker County schools operating on a 2-hour delay. That is in Northwest Georgia. We will keep you updated this morning if we do happen to get any more of those cancellations or delays coming in.
And we are seeing quite a bit of damage this morning. Our crews were out there all night working as the storms came through northern Georgia counties.
Ariana Manish joining us this morning in studio with a look at some of the really intense photos and videos that we got from reporters, photographers, and even some of our storm trackers.
That's right, Aisha. This is video from our reporter Cody Alcorn as he and his photographer Brandon Tucker, they were driving through and toward Dalton to cover the storms first overnight. Just look at how intense this rain is falling on the windshield. Also, check out this picture of a large, massive cloud in Dalton during the storms. Also in Dalton, Thornton Avenue flooded overnight, stopping our crew from driving down the road because of the high water. Just take heed to that warning. Do not drive through high water. Also in LJ, our photographer Tyson Paul took videos during last night's storm. He says this happened on the old Highway 5 South, and the person who lives there, they tell us that they heard a loud noise and realized the building next door had blown into their home. Thankfully, everyone is okay. Just a little shook up this morning. Also in that same area, we saw a tree that had snapped into some power lines. Now, if you took any weather photos or videos overnight or into this morning, please send them to us. We would love to see them. And you can also send those to us and we'll be able to use that on air as well as online. All you have to do is text your photo or video to the number you see right now on your screen. That number is 404-885-7600, and make sure to include at least your first name and the location of where you took that photo or where you took that video. Back to you.
All right, Ariana, thanks a lot. Chesley, that's a really good look at just how intense everything's been as you're talking about these waves of storms, and that's so important as everybody's planning out their day. Yeah.
Now, if you live in the Atlanta metro area, you're probably saying, well, I haven't seen any rain yet. I haven't heard any thunder yet. No, hasn't been your way, but another round will come in. In fact, another couple of rounds will come in where we all get hit. Now, most of it has been up here to the far north. Right now, over toward the Athens areas where we have some of the heaviest rain. But looking back off here to the north, you can see this line. Looks like it's picking up some forward speed too. This next line making its way further down to the south. These yellow boxes here are severe thunderstorm warnings that's associated with it. This big red box that you see is the tornado watch that we have in effect for northern parts of Alabama. That does not extend into our state. Maybe clicking Dade County a little bit there, but doesn't extend too far into the state as of yet. We'll be watching this line as it makes its way further down, and we'll move through our northern counties first and then make its way into the metro area. Likely by, we'll say 10 o'clock or so, 10, 11 o'clock this morning, we'll make its way into the metro area. That's the timing as of right now. Heading to the bus stop this morning, some of us will see a few of those thunderstorms. Some scattered showers will be around. Temperatures right around the 70-degree mark. By the time we get to the afternoon, a lot of the clouds will start to break up on us just a little bit. This is why by the time you head home, about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, we'll start to see those clouds starting to break down. Temperatures will be up to about 83 degrees, but we're not done with it. There'll be more of those thunderstorms moving into our area later on in the evening going into Friday morning. Forecast track model shows that next line that comes down. Here we are by 8 o'clock, just now starting to enter into our northernmost counties and then making its way down toward the metro area. You can see by 10, 11 o'clock, this will start to move through. It's right along this edge here is where we're going to have the gusty winds associated with a few of those thunderstorms that will be around, and that will continue to push further down to the south, moving into the central portions of the state. By the time we get to 2, 3 o'clock, we'll start to see those clouds begin to break down, to get a little bit of sunshine in here before the next round moves in. We're going to time out that next round for you coming up in the full forecast. Crash, over to you.
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. We are actually getting a nice little break right here as we take a live look. I-75, pretty dry pavement right here. Express lanes are open. This is 75 as folks make their way in and around Marietta. Not bad for now. As Chesley's been mentioning, that is all subject to change. That's why we've got crews scattered all out in the field. Jerry Carnes is out there on perimeter patrol. Mr. Carnes, where exactly are you and what you looking at?
Well, Crash, we're down on the south side of town. We were traveling I-285 eastbound down here near the airport. We are transitioning now onto I-85 northbound. We will travel through the city of Atlanta. As you can see, no rain falling. The roads are dry. That's good news. We have seen a couple of flashes of lightning this morning. That was a little bit earlier, but so far so good weather-wise. We came over to the west side of town, traveling I-285 southbound in Cobb County. We wanted to check out a report of some debris in the roadway that was supposedly blocking a lane, but we got over in that area, and apparently GDOT crews were able to clear whatever that was out of the way. So you're wide open on I-285 over on the west side of town, traveling through Fulton County. Again, we are transitioning now onto 85 northbound. We are going to travel through the city of Atlanta, through the downtown connector, and we'll keep an eye out for any issues as we wait for that second round of rain to head this way.
All right, Jerry, thank you. As we head to break, let's take one more look at the radar. We're going to have live coverage for you, keeping you safe wherever you are throughout the morning.
This is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day
Welcome back. Time now 5:14. We continue to stay on top of severe weather moving throughout the area. This is a live look at Athens right now, where Chesley says the rain and storms just east of the area at this hour. Before every weather story and update, I'm checking in with Chesley around the clock, making sure we give you the latest, most accurate information as we see all of this activity on the radar. Chesley will be joining us coming up in 1 minute.
Take a look at this video from Dalton overnight. Gives you a real sense of the power of the storm. The wind ripped the awning off a gas station. As our crews were driving through, they found very heavy rain and some hail at some points as they were making their way back to the city. Pretty intense at times. And this morning, there are thousands of people waking up in the dark in North Georgia. Georgia Power shows Hall, Gilmer, and Madison counties have more than 2,000 outages apiece. Habersham and Murray counties seeing nearly 1,000. Meanwhile, there are hundreds of people in Rabun County that don't have power right now as well. So far, we're seeing just under 10,000 outages in that overall North Georgia area.
Now to some other top stories we are following for you this morning happening right now. We're working to learn more about what sent a firefighter to the hospital in Metro Atlanta. Here's what we know right now. It happened in the incident around 11 o'clock last night. Atlanta police had to assist with traffic control as this firefighter was taken to the hospital. We've sent emails out to authorities as we try to get more information about exactly what happened.
New this morning, we have learned a U.S. airman from Atlanta was killed in a shooting by a Florida sheriff's deputy. He's been identified as 23-year-old senior airman Roger Fortson. He was in his off-base home when this happened. According to the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department, it happened late Friday night when a deputy responded to a call about a disturbance in progress and came across an armed man. The deputy fired at Fortson who later died. Law enforcement called it self-defense, but attorneys for Fortson's family says there is much more to this story. They say Fortson was on a FaceTime call as this all happened. That person says that he answered a knock at the door. When nobody responded, he got his gun. The family's attorney says he was returning to the living room when police burst through the door and shot him 6 times. That witness claims the deputy was at the wrong home and Fortson was home alone. The attorney says Fortson, a graduate of McNair High School in DeKalb, joined the military after graduating with honors and has no criminal history. The deputy has been placed on administrative leave and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is now investigating. Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump has taken this case. He and his team will be joining the Fortson's family for a news conference this morning as they're calling for transparency and the release of all the body camera footage.
We have an update to breaking news we first brought you yesterday morning out of Gwinnett County. Police are investigating a possible murder-suicide after a man and 3 children were found dead inside a car. The 3 children have been identified as 9-year-old Carlos Rodriguez, his big brother 11-year-old Shadell, and their sister 13-year-old Arani. Police have not released the man's name yet. Police say he was previously in a relationship with the children's mother. She was at the hospital with the child they shared together when this happened. Investigators are still working to find out what led up to this tragic incident.
Turning back to the weather system that we are watching very closely, making its way into our area, moving across a lot of the country. This is video from northern Alabama late last night. You see the funnel cloud there in a dark distance. There were several tornado warnings and reports of damage. This is video out of Oklahoma yesterday afternoon. Another funnel cloud here. There are reports of damage to houses and downed trees. So far, no word of any injuries in that area. In Nashville, heavy flooding. You can see big areas underwater as crews are just beginning to clean up. There were reports of a tornado as well. This again, all in the Nashville area. Some damage in Missouri. We have video coming in of that. Trees uprooted and businesses damaged there. Thankfully, nobody hurt there as far as we know either. And Chesley, you were talking about the chance, you can't rule out tornadoes as you are tracking systems coming through today.
Yeah, we saw a couple spin up in our area north this morning, early in the few hours in the morning, as the system began to subside just a little bit. Now, these storms were very strong back off to the north and west of our area. Began to weaken just a little bit as they they begin to push in. And that's what we're seeing right now as this continues to push further down to the south and east and starting to weaken just a bit. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning associated with that thunderstorm that we were talking about that was over toward where Bobeth was in Commerce and now starting to slide further off toward the east. This is now just to the east of the Athens area. You can see the numerous lightning strikes associated with it. And the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect until 6 a.m. You can see Enterprise, you're included in this. This is moving to the, let's say, east, southeast at about 35, 40 miles per hour. Winds have been up to about 60 miles per hour in this cluster of thunderstorms. So again, be on the lookout. We'll be watching this as we head through the rest of the morning. But again, severe thunderstorm warning lasting until 6 a.m. Headed over toward the Enterprise area. Other than that, we do have a couple of isolated thunderstorms right now. You can see over toward the Calhoun area. This area here has been growing a little bit. You can see the lightning strikes associated with it. Just to the south of Dalton, got some moderate rain coming down. Also south of Blue Ridge as well. Over into Gilmer County, we do have a few isolated showers and some thunderstorms, embedded thunderstorms there as well. Haven't seen much in Roswell. Haven't seen anything at all over into Atlanta and southward. Covington, you're fine. Carrollton, you're fine. But we are watching a line of showers and thunderstorms just back off to our north and west that will continue to push through. And so you'll probably get in on the act a little bit later on this morning. Temperatures where we've had the rain up here to the north, you can see in the 60s, 60 degrees, 65 degrees rather in Gainesville, 66 over toward Duluth, 63 degrees in Athens. Where we haven't had the rain, temperatures are well into the 70s. Right now, Atlanta at 75 degrees, 72 over into Carrollton, Covington the same, 75 Peachtree City, and 72 degrees up toward Thomaston at the current hour. You couldn't wear short sleeves today. We're expecting a high to be around 83 degrees, but carry the rain gear with you. You're going to need it because those scattered showers will be around at least through early afternoon. Got to catch a brief break where we'll get the sunshine, help to heat us up into the 80s, and then another round will come in late tonight going into tomorrow morning. I think tomorrow morning this time we'll be dealing with pretty much the same thing, some strong to severe thunderstorms in our area. Here's that next line I was telling you about now, making its way down into northern parts of Alabama. And you can see the severe thunderstorms associated with that line. Also the tornado watches that's indicated by these red boxes here. That extends all the way back into northern Mississippi. There's a cold front that's back off to the west that will continue to push over toward the east. That front will move through our area, and behind it, drier air will work in, and we'll get some cooler air as well. Right now, we have a level 2 threat for severe weather. That's up here for our northernmost counties. Once you get down to Atlanta and southward, we have the level 3 threat or an enhanced risk for severe weather. Major 2 threats from this will be the heavy rain, which could lead to flooding. Also, damaging winds up to about 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. Low threat for tornadoes, a brief spin up certainly possible, but also hail on the moderate side. And with that severe thunderstorm warning that we have out there right now, there may be some quarter-size hail associated with it. Forecast track model shows that heavy rain again entering into our northernmost counties between 7 and 8 o'clock this morning. Making its way down toward the metro between 9 and 10 o'clock. We'll have it with us along with those gusty winds, and we'll stay in the area, the rain at least, through about 2 o'clock this afternoon before things begin to subside. Going to catch a brief break and then another line coming our way late tonight. So by 4 a.m. entering into the state, moving over the metro area between 5 and 6 a.m. And then by 7, 8 o'clock, that should be over toward the east of us, and we'll begin to dry it right on out behind that front and get that cooler air back in here. You can see over the weekend, 77 on Saturday, Sunday 79 on Mother's Day. Both days we'll have plenty of sunshine around. Next best chance for rain after that won't come until Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Time now for your weather wow moment of the day. This one coming to us from Denser up in Atlanta. You can see some of those clouds. This was really how calm it was yesterday before those storms started to erupt up to our north. And we'll get in on some of that rain a little bit later on this morning here in the Atlanta metro area. Let's go over to Crash Clark now with a look at the roads out there. Hey, Crash.
Hey, Chesley. All right, we know 316 is one of those heavy spots. And of course, you guys just got a good dose of rain. That's a live look. 316 up around High Hope in Lawrenceville. Right now, we're in pretty good shape, especially along I-85. But we all know that is going to change in the next few hours. Back over to you.
All right. Thanks a lot. 5:23 now. Weather is popping. Take a look at that radar. We've already seen heavy rain and some lightning. Our team coverage has it covered for you. We'll have much more in a few minutes.
When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got you.
Welcome back. 526 this morning, another roadblock in the Fulton County election interference case and whether DA Fani Willis will be able to stay at the helm. The Georgia Court of Appeals has now agreed to hear the former president's appeal of the ruling that allowed her to stay on the case. This will likely delay the process and could keep Willis from prosecuting. Law experts we talked to say that it's highly unlikely for a trial now to take place before the November election.
Coming up on 527 this morning, taking a live look at our storm trackers radar for you. You see, it is very active, and that is why we are keeping you weather aware. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the latest forecast.
Now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your
11 Alive Morning News starts now.
First this morning, breaking news as you're getting ready to head out the door. We're tracking severe weather threats. You can see video of flooding and storms in North Georgia from just hours ago. Some people needing to be evacuated from an apartment building, and the threat is not over. Thanks for joining us at 5:30. I'm Cheryl Preheim.
And I'm Aisha Howard. Today is May 9th, and we are helping you plan your day. It's going to come with a lot of twists and turns. And one thing for sure, we must make sure you are weather aware. We have team coverage for you as we track the severe weather in our area and even beyond. We want to start in the Weather Center this morning with meteorologist Chesley McNeil. Chesley, the storms returning for us in multiple rounds throughout the day.
That's absolutely right. We'll be seeing, we had this round move through this morning. That's where we had numerous warnings, tornado warnings, we had severe thunderstorm warnings, also flood warnings that remain in effect up here to the north. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now just to the east of the Athens area where we still have a strong storm out there, folks. This one headed toward the Enterprise area. You can see where we have that pink in there. It's some very, very heavy rain coming down. Numerous lightning strikes. Now, this was a little bit stronger back off to the west of us, but now packing winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Also has a report of some about a quarter-inch size hail associated with it. It is moving toward the east, southeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we'll continue to slide toward the Enterprise area, likely to hold together and make it over towards you where you get some heavy rain. Right now, the rain light where you are, but some of that heavy rain will be pushing in your area. North of that, over toward Comer, we do have just some moderate rainfall. And here is the South Carolina line. That's where this is all headed, moving out of our area. Back off to the west, we still have a few isolated thunderstorms around the area. Not a whole lot of heavy rain associated with it right now, but there is another line just to the north. In fact, you can see some of the severe thunderstorm warnings up here to our far northwest. That's going to be making its way down into the area, so we'll have another round. And I think this line will make it down to the Atlanta metro area. Even though you haven't seen anything yet this morning, it is yet on the way. You can see that line, numerous lightning strikes associated with it, some very gusty winds associated with it as well. This red box right here indicates a tornado watch. So we're watching for the threat for tornadoes over northern parts of Alabama. That same threat will be down toward us, especially as we head into mid-morning. So we'll be watching it as we go. Temperature-wise, you're looking at temperatures in the 60s where we've already had that rain that extends over into the Athens area. 70s just south of that where we haven't seen much rain at all. 75 degrees right now in the city of Atlanta, for example. So it's been very warm. Here's our forecast track model. It shows that heavy rain pushing over toward the east. Here comes that next line right behind it. So after that exits, we'll have another line moving into our far northern counties and then making its way down toward the metro. So between 9 and 10 o'clock is when we can see that in the Atlanta metro area. Very heavy rain associated with this line. There could be some very gusty winds associated with it. Winds up to about 60 or 70 miles per hour. Hail could be associated with a few of these thunderstorms, and we cannot rule out a brief tornado as well as that continues to push right on through. We'll stay in the area at least to about 2 o'clock this afternoon before things begin to subside. Going to catch a break. Notice we get some sunshine in here through early evening, but after midnight or closer to the midnight hour is when the next round will move in. So we'll have another round of thunderstorms through the overnight going into Friday morning. Notice temperatures right around 75 degrees by noon, going up to 83 for an afternoon high. We've had numerous warnings. Again, so a couple tornado warnings as well. And so the pictures are starting to come in. Looking at those pictures right now is Ariana. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Chesley. Now, we've had crews driving through these storms. We had one crew in Dalton overnight as the storms moved through Whitfield County in North Georgia. Take a look at this. Our reporter Cody Alcorn and his photographer Brandon Tucker, they saw flooding on 4th Avenue. And then moments later, firefighters have to start evacuating an apartment complex on that street. This is video from that evacuation. You see firefighters searching through the flooded apartments. We also saw the firefighters carry some small kids to their family's car when the ground level units of their apartment was evacuated because of high water. Our Cody Alcorn, he even jumped in to help carry those kids to safety. Now, as they were helping the small children, other firefighters escorted the older kids out of the building. And in LJ, we had a photographer, Tyson Paul. He took this video during last night's storm. He says that this happened on Old Highway 5 South, and the person who lives there tells us that they heard a loud noise and realized the building next door had blown into their home. This is video from that situation. Thankfully, everyone is okay. Just a little shook up this morning. Also in that same area, we saw a tree snap power lines. Now check out this video. Now this is video that was sent to us overnight by our viewer Cammie Turner in Jasper. You can see the lightning moving across the sky during the storms overnight. Thanks for sending this video. You can also send your videos and photos from overnight weather videos that you have from overnight or into this morning. You can send them to us and we can use them here on air and online, just like that video we used from Cammie. All you have to do is text your photo or your video to the number you see on your screen. That is 404-885-7600. Just make sure you include your first name. Also, be sure to include the location where you're sending that video or picture. We're going to send it back over to you, Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Ariana. Really appreciate that. We're dedicated to keeping you weather aware, folks, so to ensure you're ready the next time another line of severe weather moves through our area. All you have to do is download our 11 Live weather app or live news app, and you can track the live radar. You can also turn on the alerts specific to your neighborhood, and we'll try to keep you safe as possible. Crash?
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. First thing I did this morning when I woke up and opened my eyes, I had my 11 Live app on, and I saw that radar. Boy, we are in for more, folks. Don't get fooled. This is a nice dry road right here. Our south side friends on I-75 in Clayton County. This is right outside of Morrow. Enjoy it while you got it. If you can work from home, that's great. If you can postpone your travel, even better. But you want to get out on the roads now. I know nobody ever wants to get to work early, but the roads are fine for I-85 up from Noonan all the way towards the airport. Even I-75, as we just showed you, in 675. And if your travels take you a little bit further inside the perimeter towards Hartsfield, Jackson, or even into the downtown area, you're going to be in good shape for now. We know that is all subject to change. We are all playing the waiting game. That's why we've got our crews scattered all around the metro area. In fact, Jerry Carnes doing a little driving around right now, Jerry, and I know you may be encountering some dry traffic, but again, we know that is all subject to change. Where are you? Looks like a pretty good shot right here.
Yeah, we're on I-85 northbound, just past Pleasantdale Road. We are transitioning from DeKalb County into Gwinnett County, approaching about a half mile from Jimmy Carter Boulevard. The road here is dry. However, we just saw one lone drop of rainfall, so that rain may be moving into this area. We know it moved out a little while ago. We're traveling 85 just to see if we can see what the earlier storm did to the roadways up, maybe around the Lawrenceville area, 85 and 316, see if those roads are still slick as folks start to leave the house in Lawrenceville and try to head toward town. So that's where we are right now. So far, so good, smooth sailing. The lightning that we saw earlier, we saw some flashes of that, but it is now gone, and now we are starting to see a few extra drops of rain on the windshield. So yeah, it is starting to rain here. Of course, some heavier rain supposed to be moving this way in just a little bit. I will tell you that Georgia Department of Transportation just tweeted out that north of us in Jackson County, part of State Road 82. There's some lanes blocked due to debris falling there. That's at Nora Court. GDOT just tweeting that out. So that's some information for folks north of us here on 95 in Jackson County. But we will stay on the roadways, watch this rain. We'll see if it gets heavy here as we travel 85 northbound into Gwinnett County. Aisha.
All right, Jerry, thank you. You guys stay safe out there. So as we get the little ones out the door and off to school this morning, some parents will get a later start.
Yeah, we've just been getting some information in a few hours ago that Walker County schools are going to start on a 2-hour delay today, and we're watching some other districts really closely right now to see if there are going to be some other changes or plans in place for a stormy day ahead. Thousands of people are waking up in the dark right now. We're seeing power outages across North Georgia. Right before 4:30 a.m., we checked in with Georgia Power, and there were about 10,000 outages. We just took another look a moment ago. That number is now around 10,300.
A live look this morning from Athens, where in the last 15 minutes we've seen some lightning flashes light up the night sky. Chesley, when could we see things ramp back up again today?
I think by mid-morning we'll start to see it amping up again. We got a line that we're tracking. It's moving a little bit faster now, starting to slide a little bit further down to the south. Things seem to be calm around our area. We got some spots where we still have some wet weather around. You can see up here to the north. This is headed toward Lewisville. Got a nice little cluster of thunderstorms here. Numerous lightning strikes you can see associated with that heavy rain. So Lewisville, you're going getting ready to get pounded there with some heavy rain, a couple of lightning strikes. And we've had flood warnings in this particular area because we've had storms rolling right on through, kind of training one after another. And so now we're seeing more of those, more on the isolated or scattered side, but at least we're still getting that rain up there to the north. Haven't seen much in Atlanta yet, but it's headed towards your way. You'll get it later on this afternoon, so or mid-morning through the afternoon. You notice by 7 o'clock, few of us will be experiencing a couple thunderstorms out there. So grab the rain gear, dress the kids up in that rain gear as well. 70 degrees will be our temperature, at least here in the metro area. Looking at afternoon practice, it looks okay for now, right? If you're going to be out and about this afternoon by 3 o'clock, we're looking at skies starting to clear out just a little bit. Temperatures will be in the low 80s by then, and so we're catching a brief break because there will be another round of scattered showers and thunderstorms pushing into our area late tonight, going into Friday rather. You're looking at 83 degrees for the high today. Got that front that's going to pass through. Temperatures will start to fall off a bit. There could be a lingering shower very early in the morning on Friday. For the most part, our trend on Friday will be the gradual clearing. We'll see the skies clear out and then a bit cooler behind that front. Sunshine around for Mom's Day weekend. If you haven't done anything for Mom yet, maybe want to get cracking after the storms, of course. 77 degrees will be our temperature by Saturday. Sunday, 79. We'll stay right there in the 70s as we head into Monday. It won't be until Tuesday and Wednesday of next week that we'll start to see those scattered showers and thunderstorms return back to the forecast area. So today, at least, you need to be weather aware, folks. Be thinking about what you need to do. Again, it's crash shed. If you can delay your travel a little bit, you may want to do that. We are going to catch a break from the rain, but then another round will come in later on tonight. So be on the lookout. Speaking of Crash Clark, let's go over to him right now and see if there's any problems on the road.
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. Going to take a peek at the I-20s right now as we take a live look. This is I-20 basically between Panola and Wesley Chapel, and GDOT just tweeted out they're looking for some debris on I-20 westbound near Wesley Chapel. Could be some tree branches. Hopefully it's not an entire tree, but yeah, you could see a little bit of that orange right there along I-20 just outside the perimeter. Overall, not a bad ride, about 15 minutes in from Conyers, 12 minutes if you're in on the West Expressway. But let me do some investigating, find out exactly what that debris is. But something reported along I-20 westbound between Wesley Chapel and I-285. Cheryl?
All right, thanks for the heads up on that, Crash. Thanks a lot. 541 now. Weather is a big story in our entire region this morning. People across the southeast dealing with the aftermath of severe weather. We take you to Tennessee, where families are desperately trying to recover. Plus,
we got some scattered thunderstorms, heavy thunderstorms making their way over into South Carolina, but we're not done with it yet. Another line will make its way down toward us by mid-morning into early afternoon. We'll track it out for you hour by hour coming up.
Traffic expert Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive.
Welcome back. We're coming up on 5:45 this morning, getting you a live look outside at Blue Ridge right now. Not too much going on, but you see a little remnants left with those raindrops on the camera. Things are going to look different a few hours from now, just as they did a few hours ago. Look at all of this lightning happening as those storms move through for you overnight. It was a light show. We're going to check in with meteorologist Chesney McNeil. He's been working overtime. He will have much more coming up in a few minutes. Happening right now, we are trying to learn more about what sent a firefighter to the hospital in Metro Atlanta. Here's what we know right now. It happened around 11 o'clock last night. Atlanta police had to assist with traffic control as this firefighter was taken to the hospital. We've sent out several emails to authorities, put in some calls, and as soon as we get some more information, we'll be sure to bring you what happened. We are learning more this morning in the case against the man accused of killing a nursing student on the UGA campus. The story made national headlines. Athens Clarke County grand jury officially indicted Jose Ibarra, charging him with 10 criminal counts in the February murder of Laken Riley. Ibarra faces malice murder, the most serious murder charge in the state of Georgia. Police found Laken's body near the intramural fields after she reportedly went out for a run. A day later, police arrested Ibarra. This incident also states Ibarra allegedly hit her in the head with a rock several times and tried to hide her body. Criminal defense attorney Daryl Cohen, who has no connection to this case, says this case will almost certainly go to trial and will put Athens Clarke County under a microscope.
Is convicted or pleads guilty just to the murder charge, he will get life in prison with no chance of parole.
As for the next steps, Ibarra will have an arraignment before a Superior Court judge in Athens. He will have the opportunity to plead guilty or not guilty. If he pleads not guilty, it is expected this case again will go to trial.
Time now is 5:46. Right now, the U.S. House is slamming the door on Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's effort to remove House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Declaring the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives to be vacant.
You hear Representative Greene's colleagues booing her after she triggered a resolution to push him out. Immediately after that speech on the floor, the chamber killed her resolution. Greene has been critical of Johnson since a bipartisan compromise to pass a major foreign aid package. After the failed motion, Speaker Johnson called Greene's effort misguided. Today marks 2 years since police arrested rapper Young Thug. He has been behind bars ever since. He and 5 remaining co-defendants are now on trial. Jury selection started last January. It is now the state's longest running trial. Prosecutors claim YSL is a criminal street gang responsible for a series of violent crimes, with Young Thug being YSL's leader. Young Thug's attorneys maintain YSL is simply a record label. The judge rolled out new rules in an effort to try to speed up the process. Those changes include earlier start times 3 days a week and possible weekend court dates.
Storm damage not just in our viewing area this morning. Check out this video from Maury County, Tennessee. That is about an hour south of Nashville. At least one tornado was reported as those storms moved throughout that area. You see some of the damage here. That home and that roof just collapsed there. At least one person has died, with reports of several injuries. We see cleanup efforts already underway.
I just heard it. It was a roar, but I just want my mom.
And you're hoping right now is someone here can tell you.
They were going there next, but I looked. I didn't see her house. I didn't see nothing. Nothing was there.
Chelsea, that soundbite just makes my stomach drop. Imagine pulling up to your mom's house. You don't see her or the home in general. That's just a testament of how strong and really widespread these storms were, and they're not completely behind us.
No, not at all. We'll see a couple rounds that will move through the area. We've been dealing with this right in the Midwest. We've been dealing with these scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now that front is now getting a little closer to our area. We'll finally move through by Friday. So we have today to deal with these showers and thunderstorms that will be in the forecast area. A severe thunderstorm warning now over into Oglethorpe County, headed into Wilkes County. As you can see, the numerous lightning strikes associated with it bearing down on Washington as we speak. And we're looking at winds in these thunderstorms, at least in this cluster, up to about 60 miles per hour, with some hail have been reported as well. Now just to the east of you, Enterprise, starting to move right on out. We're looking at this cluster of thunderstorms as well. It's not severe, but over toward the Louisville area right now, this is sliding over toward the east. You see the lightning strike associated with it, a little bit smaller in nature, but it's starting to slide a little further over toward the east. So Jasper, you'll be getting on some of this heavy rain. Carter K, you may experience it as well, unless it begins to fall apart as it moves through. A little further up toward the north and west of us now, you can see over toward Dade, Walker County, a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for these thunderstorms up here to the north. It's over toward the Chattanooga area right now. You can see the numerous lightning strikes associated with it and the numerous severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it as well. This is moving into or will be momentarily moving into our far northwestern counties. This has just been issued by the National Weather Service, a tornado watch now for all of North Georgia. As you can see, this extends down into Macon. As a matter of fact, this will last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So a tornado watch, which means we're watching for the potential for tornadoes to spin up. We're talking about brief spin ups that are possible in our area with this next line of showers and thunderstorms that will move through. Where we've had the rain so far already, we're looking at temperatures in the 60s. Where we haven't had that rain, temperatures are in the 70s. So it's a very mild start for us in Atlanta at 75, Peachtree City the same, 72 over toward Carrollton and LaGrange at the current hour. Here's that line I'm telling you about. It's up here to the north. You can see it making its way a little further over toward the east. Tornado watches now extend from northern parts of Mississippi all the way into Atlanta. That's indicated by these red boxes here, watching for that potential for brief spin-ups to pop up in our area, along with those gusty winds and the very heavy rain that has been associated with these thunderstorms. Cold front itself is back off to the west. It will make its march as well over toward the east. We'll finally move through our area, and then things will start to calm down as we head into the upcoming weekend. So Mom's Day weekend looks pretty good for now. Notice the Storm Prediction Center has placed a level 3 threat, that is an enhanced risk, or level 3 out of a possible 5, an enhanced risk from Atlanta southward, as we're going to find the enhanced risk for severe weather. Level 2 threat up here for our northernmost counties, which have been going through it already. What does that mean for us? Well, heavy rain can be expected. We're looking at damaging winds. That can be expected. We've already seen winds getting up to about 70 miles per hour in a few of those thunderstorms. Low threat for tornadoes, but it's certainly not ruled out. Brief spin up, certainly possible. We've already had a few in our northernmost counties. You're looking at a moderate risk for hail. Looking at hail, could get up to about 1 inch in diameter. And we've seen a quarter size so far this morning, golf ball size through the overnight last night in some spots. So here it is. Our forecast track model shows that rain that we have over toward the east moving out. And then here comes that heavier rain starting to slide in. This is by between 7 and 8 o'clock. Could be down toward the metro area between 9 10 o'clock this morning. That very heavy rain, a few embedded thunderstorms, again, could pack quite a punch as far as those wind speeds go. That moves further down to the south over toward the Macon area by the time we get to 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. After that, we'll start to dry it out a little bit. I think we get some sunshine in here before it sets today, and then that next round poised to come in here through the wee hours of the morning. So about 3, 4 o'clock, moving into our westernmost counties, making its way into the Atlanta metro area between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. That very heavy rain associated with it, some gusty winds, should slide east of the area by the time we get to 8, 9 o'clock, and that's when that drier air will start to work into our forecast area. We'll get the sunshine back in here for the latter half of the day on Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, beautiful afternoons. Temperatures will be in the 70s both days. Beautiful Mom's Day for us. Partly sunny skies on Monday, and then the rain comes back by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Crash, over to you.
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. I did a little investigating and found out exactly what that debris was. It's not tree branches or even a tree. Apparently, it was an animal that was struck on the road, I-20 westbound, right near Wesley Chapel. They do have a lane blocked. As you can see, a couple of brake lights forming as folks are leaving Lithonia heading towards 285. Certainly no reason to panic there. Your overall ride still about 15 minutes from Highway 138 to the perimeter if you're coming in on the west side, about 12 minutes from Highway 92 to I-285. And there are some of those brake lights again, I-20 near Wesley Chapel. Folks, we're coming right back. Don't go away.
Traffic expert Crash Clark.
get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
All right, welcome back to the show. 5:56 is the current time. We've been tracking these storms as they continue to push through our forecast area, some of the heaviest of which are now over toward the east. Bobeth Yates, who is standing by in the Commerce area, witnessed this storm move through the area, and now things are starting to subside where you are. What's it looking like, Bobeth?
Yeah, Chesley, it's definitely one of the areas that was hit by those systems that came through. We saw heavy rain at times, and then, it would go through spurts where it was really, really heavy for about 5-10 minutes and then lightening up slightly from a drizzle to non-existent now as that system has moved off to our east. But what we have seen after that system moved through was the hefty winds. Lightning continued for about 5 or 10 minutes after the rain stopped, but right now it's just the heavier winds in the area at times, gusting up just enough to kind of get you off balance. But where we are here in Commerce is about an hour, about 60 miles north of Atlanta. And what we're seeing in the highway is not a lot of activity where it comes to people slowing down. Of course, we're continuing to monitor this. And of course, I want to say one more thing before I send it back to you. This area in Jackson County is also in a tornado watch until about 4 o'clock this evening. So of course, we're continuing to monitor this and we'll follow this system as it rolls back into the town. Live in Commerce, sending it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Bobeth. Really appreciate that. Folks, we are watching this next line of showers and thunderstorms that's going to roll into the area. We're going to time it out for you hour by hour, and the full forecast coming up. Stay right where you are.
More, so I end up transitioning to journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
11 Alive News starts now.
Taking you straight outside this morning, straight up at 6 o'clock, looking live over Dahlonega as we continue to follow breaking news this morning, tracking a second round of rain and storms headed our way a little later this morning for you. We are looking at the radar to see it is active all across the area. That just really gives us a closer view of what we can expect throughout the day. We're having some storms in the southeast right now moving into South Carolina, but we are not letting our guard down because another round is indeed coming for us. We have team coverage for you this morning. Chezzy McNeil in the Weather Center holding it down, tracking the timeline for us. Beth Yates is live in Commerce, so we had some pretty heavy downpour this morning.
So this is all going to impact your drive today. Crash Clark is helping you plan your commute. Ariana Manise updating all the overnight video and reports of damage and flooding coming in. You need to be weather aware right now and throughout your day. Thanks for joining us. I'm Cheryl Preheim.
And I'm Aisha Howard. Chezzy, it's very interesting. Just because you're not seeing that downpour and lightning exactly where you are, we want to put it into perspective. It could pop up for you.
Oh, and it likely will. I think all of North Georgia will experience some round of these severe thunderstorms that are rolling through. So far, it has been mainly north of the city of Atlanta. That's where we've been seeing these thunderstorms roll through the area. These green boxes here indicates the flood warnings that are associated with this heavy rain that has pushed through. A lot of that now pushing over toward the east. In fact, almost out of the state, you have another cluster of thunderstorms under this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here. You can see over toward the Washington area, some very heavy rain coming down, numerous lightning strikes associated with this thunderstorm. That will continue to push further out of our area, but we're starting to see more pop up. If you look over toward the Carter K area and southern parts of Gilmer County, also south of that, actually just east of the Ludeville area, got another little area of heavy rain and some lightning strikes associated with it. This is not a severe thunderstorm, at least not yet, but we're watching it, probably packing winds up to about 30, 40 miles per hour as it moves toward northern Dawson County over toward you, Juneau, such as well. Just south of you, you have a couple lightning strikes there, but you could be seeing some more with this cluster here. And then all of us will see more thanks to this line of showers and thunderstorms that's making its way further down to the south ahead of a cold front that's back off to the west of us. And so because of this, that will move in. More severe weather is certainly possible as we head through the rest of the morning into early afternoon. All of North Georgia, you can see, under a tornado watch. This will last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to catch a break from this late afternoon, and then another round will come in late tonight going into Friday morning. So So a couple of more rounds of severe weather moving through our area. Right now, temperatures up here to the north where we had the rain in the 60s and the 70s, where we've haven't seen the rain as of yet. Forecast track model shows that heavy line pushing in after about 8 o'clock this morning and then making its way further down toward the metro area between 9 and 10 o'clock. Some gusty winds associated with these thunderstorms. That's going to be one of our major threats. Of course, the heavy rain, which could lead to some flooding. Hail has been associated with this line, and we cannot rule out a brief spin up tornadoes in the forecast area as well. Bobeth Yates has been out and about in the storm system, and now getting a little brief break from that rain that pushed through your area not long ago, Bobeth.
That's exactly right, Chesley. I'm over here in Commerce, Georgia. That's about 60 miles north of Atlanta. So what we did was we just kind of traveled up 85 following the storms. When we hit the line in here, this area in Commerce, man, it was hard. We had times where the rain was just coming down extremely heavy for about 10 or 20 minutes, and then areas where it just lightened up and drizzled. Good news is now it's moved off to our east, so we're out of the rain. I'm no longer standing in the rain, but it's kind of windy out here. We did also experience a little bit of thunder and lightning after that system, and as that system was going through. But even after about 10 miles out, that we were still seeing lightning in the area as that system moved off to our east. But right now things are dry here in Commerce. We know that it's still under a tornado watch currently, but again, we're just kind of enjoying the fact that it's not raining. Things are still wet out here, and right behind me you can see 85, that highway we took up. Now people have not been slowing down as they came up 85, but even when the rain was heavy at times, we did not see much of a change in people's speeds. But right now the good news, again, it is clear. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio live from Commerce. Bobeth Yates, 11 Alive News.
All right, an example of how fast it's all moving, Bobeth. Thank you. Take a look at this video. There was flooding in Dalton overnight as that first round of storms moved through. Cody Alcorn was there for some dramatic rescues. So much water at one point that firefighters pulled children from this apartment building, and Cody jumped in to help as that complex was flooding. The streets were filling with water fast as well. A serious situation and more rain on the way. So Crash, that's why everybody's got to be aware today, because a little water on the road can cause a lot of problems.
Exactly, Cheryl. Imagine that amount of water out on the roadways, and it's not far-fetched. We could see some ponding out here. We could see some flooding. We never know as this second round of rain gets ready to pour down into the metro area here. We are definitely going to stay weather aware. We had some debris in the road along I-20 westbound around Wesley Chapel. Apparently GDOT was talking about an animal that might have been struck on the roadways, so we did see some brake lights. Certainly nothing that you need to go jumping over to Covington Highway for. It's been pretty quiet. Of course, now that we're in the 6 o'clock hour, we know things are going to change with the volume. 316 filling up a little bit, approaching Sugarloaf. I-85 will slowly start to fill up as well, but there's another look showing I-20 seems to be moving well past Wesley Chapel. Cheryl.
All right, thanks a lot. There's a lot of damage this morning. Our crews worked all night long as the storms were moving through the northern Georgia counties.
We were spread out all over the area for you. Ariana Manish in studio with a roundup of the photos and the videos from our crews in the field last night. Ariana, pretty intense.
That's right. Now, this is video that our crew took while driving toward Dalton to cover the storms for us overnight while you were sleeping. Check out this picture that they took. This is a picture of a large cloud that takes up pretty much the entire sky during the storms. Also in Dalton, Thornton Avenue flooded overnight, stopping our crew from driving down the road because of the high water. You know, listen to their example by not driving through that high water. Also in LJ, our photographer Tyson Ball, he took this video during last night's storms. He says that this happened on Old Highway 5 South, and the person who lives there tells us that they heard a loud noise and realized the building next door had blown actually into their home. Thankfully, everyone is okay this morning. Also in that same area, we saw a tree snapped into some power lines. That's why we're seeing some people in North Georgia without power this morning. Also, check out how hard it's raining coming down in Colbert this morning. An 11 Alive viewer, Caesar, he sent us this video from his Ring doorbell camera. Look how intense and how heavy that rain is coming down just in front of his doorstep. Thank you so much, Caesar, for sending this video. Now, if you've taken any weather photos or videos overnight or into this morning, you can send them to us just like Caesar did, and we can use them on air and online. All you have to do is text your photo or video to the number you see on your screen. That is 404-885-7600. Just make sure you include at least your first name and the location where you took that picture or video. Back to you.
Ariana, thanks a lot. Chesley, it looks like somebody just turned the faucet on full blast, and I guess for the day, the faucet will be going on and off a lot.
Yes, it will. We will have rounds of heavy rain that will push through our forecast area. I mean, we've seen it so far up here to our northern counties. If you're in Atlanta, you probably haven't heard even a clap of thunder as of yet, but we will be seeing some storms heading toward you as we head through mid-morning. We're talking about these storms up here to the north. You can see that line of showers and thunderstorms. This will weaken somewhat as it pushes in, but we're still anticipating some very strong winds associated with these thunderstorms. You got the frequent lightning, of course, very heavy rain, which will lead to some flash flooding in some spots. Also, we cannot rule out a brief tornado. We've already seen a couple warnings in the area so far during the wee hours of the morning. Head to the bus stop this morning. Of course, we'll have the lightning strikes around, some scattered thunderstorms certainly in play. Temperatures right around 70 degrees, at least here in the metro area. Getting off the bus, a different story. We'll start to see those clouds breaking up, get a little sunshine in here, which will help to heat us up a little bit. 83 degrees will be the afternoon high, especially between 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. All right, so that's our brief break before another round will come in as we head through the overnight going into Friday morning. Here it is, our forecast track model. It shows that rain pushing a little bit further over toward the east, some of the heaviest of which we have out there right now. Then up to the north, you notice as that moves out, more moves in. So between 7 and 8 o'clock this morning, we'll have some more heavy rain up here to the north where we already had that heavy rain. So no doubt more flooding will be taking place up here to the north. Now it makes its transition a little bit further down to the south. So over the Atlanta metro area between 9 and 10 o'clock this morning, we'll have this douse of heavy rain coming down. Some embedded thunderstorms could pack quite a punch as far as those winds go. And again, we cannot rule out a tornado or two. Of course, we'll be right here to break into the news to update you as we go along if there is a tornado in the area, whether Doppler indicated or on the ground. Notice the clouds overhead. This is by 4 o'clock. We'll see those clouds breaking down, get some sunshine in here before it sets, but it's not until around the midnight hour that another line of showers and thunderstorms will begin to move in. Again, 83 will be our afternoon high temperature day. We'll hit that later on this afternoon. We'll be dealing with that rain at least through early afternoon. I'm thinking 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon before that begins to subside. Crash Clark, how's my ride looking?
Starting to fill up. We know that 6 o'clock hour brings about some changes, but look at this. This is maybe a little bit more than we normally see along I-85. I think while we have a break in the action, maybe some folks are going to take advantage of that and get out there and get their driving done, get to work wherever they need to get. So 85 certainly filling up big time from 316 in spots through Norcross. Be prepared for that. No major change yet. It'll be condition yellow the next time we talk, I promise you. 75 and 400 hanging in there at condition green, but obviously this is a live look showing the Sky Tracker 85 near Pleasant Hill. Folks are on the road. Speaking of on the roads, our very own Jerry Carnes is out there doing some driving as well. Jerry, are you seeing some of that volume pick up? I know you were just on I-85. Where are you now?
Yeah, 85 southbound going through Gwinnett County. We're passing Indian Trail Road right now, and you can see the volume. Sea of brake lights ahead of us. Fortunately, the road right here is dry. A little bit earlier, particularly when we were passing through the Swanee area on I-85, we saw some sprinkles coming down, very light, and then there was also some rain kicking up off of the interstate because of the earlier rainstorm that passed through in this area. So mostly dry as you make your way through Gwinnett County, but just be aware if you're waking up and heading out of the door in Swanee or Duluth or Lilburn, you are going to face some heavy volume right here as a lot of brake lights are ahead of us. We're approaching Jimmy Carter Boulevard right now. Dry as of right now, just the volume that's going to impede your travels through Gwinnett County. Back to you guys.
Jerry, thank you. So as we head to break, let's take one more look at the radar. We have live coverage for you coming up throughout the morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Welcome back. We are 6:15 as we continue to track breaking weather news for you this morning. Taking a live look over Athens, a first round of rain and storms has already moved out of our area, but we are bracing for round two. Looking at the radar right now, where you see these storms just sweeping across the area for us. Chesley is keeping a close eye on severe weather threats for us. We're going to check in with him coming up in just a minute.
Take a look at this video from Dalton overnight. Gives you a sense of the power of the storm. Wind ripped the awning off a gas station, and our crews drove through some very heavy rain, even some hail, tense at times. And this morning, thousands of people waking up in the dark in North Georgia. Georgia Power shows just under 5,000 outages near Athens, over 5,400 just north of that in Habersham and Murray counties, and just west of Ellijay, we're seeing about 3,000 people who don't have power right now.
Now to some other stories we are following for you this morning. Happening right now, we're learning that a Union City firefighter was shot and is at Grady Hospital this morning. Here's what we know. It happened sometime before 11 last night. Atlanta police had to assist with traffic control as this firefighter was taken to the hospital. We have sent out some emails to authorities trying to get a little more information for you. We'll keep you updated as we learn more.
New for you this morning, we have learned a U.S. airman from Atlanta was killed in a shooting by a Florida sheriff's deputy. He's been identified as 23-year-old senior airman Roger Fortson, who was in his off-base home when it happened. According to the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department, it happened late Friday night when a deputy responded to a call about a disturbance in progress and came across an armed man. The deputy fired and Fortson later died. Law enforcement called it self-defense. But attorneys for Fortson's family say there is much more to this story. They say Fortson was on a FaceTime call as this was all unfolding. And the person on that FaceTime call says he answered a knock at the door, and when nobody responded, he got his gun. The family's attorney says he was returning to the living room when police burst through the door and shot him 6 times. The witness claims the deputy was at the wrong house and Fortson was home alone. Attorneys for Fortson, a graduate of McNair High School in DeKalb, joined the military after graduating with honors and has no criminal history. The deputy has been placed on administrative leave. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement says it's now investigating. Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump has taken this case. He and his team will be joining the Fortson family for a news conference this morning as they're calling for transparency and they're asking for the release of all the body camera footage.
We have an update this morning to breaking news we first brought you yesterday out of Gwinnett County. Police are investigating a possible murder-suicide after a man and 3 children were found dead inside a car at a Gwinnett County park. The 3 children have been identified as 9-year-old Carlos Rodriguez, his big brother 11-year-old Shadal, and their sister 13-year-old Arani. Police have not released the man's name yet. Police say that man was previously in a relationship with the children's mother, but the mom was at the hospital with the child they shared together when this tragedy happened. Investigators are still working to find out what led up to this incident.
Turning back to weather now, the storm system we're tracking has moved across a lot of the country. This is video from northern Alabama late last night. You can see in the darkness the funnel clouds. There were several tornado warnings and reports of a lot of damage. This is video out of Oklahoma yesterday afternoon. Another funnel cloud there. There are reports of damage to homes, downed trees. So far, no word that anybody was hurt, thankfully. Take a look at these videos out of Tennessee and Missouri. The left side of your screen, Nashville, where there was heavy flooding. Also reports of a tornado there as well. The right side of your screen shows damage in Missouri with trees uprooted and businesses damaged. Again, as of now, no reports of anybody being hurt in either city. Chesley, when we're talking about the strength of some of these storms, anytime we can say everybody's okay is a good thing.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, the folks are heeding warnings. That's good. That's good. Hopefully you're waking up saying, okay, well, where are the storms? I haven't seen any over my house yet. If you're in the Atlanta metro area, haven't seen much in the way of any rainfall at all. Most of this has been just to our northernmost counties. Seeing this first cluster move out, almost out of our state into South Carolina. Another round starting to slide in. You see the severe thunderstorm warnings that are up here to the far north. In fact, tornado warning just north of that. That's into parts of Tennessee. So we're watching this, folks. See this cluster of thunderstorms just outside of the warning box area. There's no warning on this particular cluster of thunderstorms right now, but you can see the numerous lightning strikes associated with it. Some very heavy rain as well, pushing into northern parts of Dawson County, sliding over toward the east, such as well. Mentioning this because we've already had the rain in this area. More of that heavy rain pushing through will lead to flooding, of course. This will continue to slide over toward the east, likely holding together. So Helen, you'll receive some of that heavy rain. Mossy Creek as well. You'll start to see that heavy rain. Murrayville, heavy rain coming your way. Even more thunderstorms coming our way as well. You can see up here, just now moving into our far northwestern counties. You got some heavy rain now pushing in. The numerous lightning strikes have stayed just to the north. All right, you can see them across the border into parts of Tennessee. A lot of that lightning strikes have begun to subside, but we got that heavy rain that's pushing in. We've already had heavy rain in this area, and so maybe the atmosphere worked over just a little bit, but we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect up here to our far northwestern counties, talking Dade, Walker County, all the way over to Murray County. So we'll continue to watch that as this whole line continues to push a little bit further to the south. The severe thunderstorm warning lasting until 6:45 this morning for our extreme northwestern counties, and they just added a new one in here a little bit further over toward the east. So we're watching this particular area. That all making its way down to the south, likely arriving here in the metro area between 9 and 10 o'clock this morning. All of North Georgia under a tornado watch. This will last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. A tornado watch means we're watching for the potential for tornadoes to spin up. All right, brief spin ups, certainly not out of the question. We saw a couple in our northernmost counties in the wee hours of the morning. So it is possible as they make their way down toward the metro area. So we'll be watching for that as we head through the day. Again, that tornado watch lasts or extends all the way down into Macon and will last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Temperatures in the 60s where we've already had that rain, in the 70s where we haven't seen any or much in the way of rainfall. Getting a few sprinkles now over toward our far western counties. You can see that's indicated right there. Notice all these red boxes here that indicates or shows you where all the tornado watches are. We have these severe thunderstorm warnings again up here to the far northwest that will continue to slide further down to the south and could drag some of those down our way as well. When we're talking about severe thunderstorm warnings, we're talking about winds over about 60 miles per hour, maybe up to 70 miles per hour with some hail in a few of those thunderstorms as well. This all being pushed over toward the east thanks to a cold front that's going to come our way. Notice we have a level 3 threat from Atlanta southward. That's the enhanced risk for severe weather. Again, prompting that tornado watch that we have out there, level 2 threat just to the north of that over our northernmost counties. Our major concern with this will be the heavy rain, which is leading to flooding. The damaging winds, of course, up to about 70 miles per hour have been reported. And also hail. We've been seeing reports of hail about a quarter size, could get up to an inch in diameter, and a low threat for tornadoes. But again, it's there, folks. We've seen a couple brief spin-ups already. We'll get this coming into the area, which will last till about noon or 1 o'clock, and then down to the south of us. And then another round will come in late tonight, going into tomorrow morning. So we could be dealing with the same thing this time tomorrow morning. Of course, keep it locked right here for the very latest. Also, if you don't have our app, go ahead and download it now. You get all the alerts right there on your phone. Crash, how's the roads out there right now?
Well, it's interesting, Chesley. We're going to go right up top to the Sky Tracker. I'm surprised with this rain rolling in that crews are still out there doing some work on the roads. This is the live look from the top end, 285 westbound near Georgia 400 and Roswell Road. Looks like they might be doing some striping out there. Hopefully they're going to pick up those cones and get that lane back open for you, but certainly something to keep an eye on if you're traveling across that top end perimeter. GDOT work still ongoing, 285 westbound, again near Georgia 400 and Roswell Road. Let's get over to the maps because we found something else here. Look at this one right here. In fact, Jerry Carnes just drove by that, mostly off to the right, and again that's sitting 285 westbound right near Roswell Road. So between that stalled pickup truck and the construction, you can see a little bit of slow traffic across that top end, but overall you're in great shape from 75 to 400 or 85 over to 400. A quick 6 minutes, but certainly keep out for GDOT crews. Keep an eye out for that and this stalled vehicle. Cheryl?
Crash, thanks a lot. Let's take another live look at the radar right now. Chesley taking great care of you this morning, making sure you can plan out the day ahead. That will include a lot of storms. Our team coverage continues when we come back.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money,
Welcome back. This morning, there's another roadblock to the Fulton County election interference case and whether DA Fani Willis will be allowed to stay at the helm. The Georgia Court of Appeals has now agreed to hear the former president's appeal of the ruling that allowed her to stay on the case. This will likely delay the process, and it could keep Willis from prosecuting. Law experts we talked with say it's highly unlikely for a trial to take place now before the November election.
6:27 now as we get ready to head to break. We are taking a live look at a very active radar. We are making sure you stay weather aware as another round of storms heads our way.
Really mess up, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review
11 Morning News starts now.
First this morning, breaking news as you're getting ready to head out the door. Our entire viewing area is now under a tornado watch until this afternoon. You can see video of the flooding and storms in North Georgia from just hours ago. Some people needing to be rescued from an apartment building. Thanks for joining us. It is 6:30. I'm Cheryl Preheim.
And I'm Aisha Howard. Today is May 9th. As we are tracking the severe weather threat affecting so many of you this morning, we want to make sure not only to keep you safe, but also to help you plan your day as we continue our team coverage. Let's kick things off in the Weather Center right now with meteorologist Chessie McNeil. Chessie, now that intense video coming from overnight, still seeing some storms popping up today, and now a tornado watch. This thing is widespread, going to be with us for a while.
Absolutely right. Yep, we got another little line that's pushing in. You can already start to see that enter into our far northwestern counties as we watch another, the original cluster of thunderstorms pushing out. That's the last of it right there. Severe thunderstorm warning that's now extending over into South Carolina. Now we're starting to see new warnings pop up here to the north as that next line is starting to slide in. Got a cluster of thunderstorms over northern parts of Dawson County right now. This is not a part of the severe thunderstorm warning, but nice little heavy doubts of heavy rain here with numerous lightning strikes over towards usage as well. Now, this line, very, very strong up here into parts of Tennessee that extends down into our states now, our far northwestern counties. You can see the numerous lightning strikes associated with it over towards Cisco area. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning now that will last until 7 o'clock for our northernmost counties. It includes Higdon, includes northern parts of Gilmer County. So you got parts of Fannin County in that as well. That extends down almost into Carter Cay, but we're watching this line that's right here that will continue to slide a little bit further down to the south. This extends all the way back into northern parts of Mississippi. This entire line will make its way a little further down to the south, so will impact the Atlanta metro area probably between 9 and 10 o'clock this morning. So far, you haven't seen much in the way of rain. A lot of that has stayed up here to the north, and so we're watching it. Now, we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings because those winds are up to about 60 miles per hour. We cannot rule out tornadoes. In fact, you can see all of North Georgia under a tornado watch until 1 o'clock this afternoon as that line continues to shift a little bit further down to the south. Could pick up a little bit stronger down toward the central portions of the state as they get into the little bit of heating down there, which is why this watch extends down into the Macon area. A tornado watch means we're watching for the potential for tornadoes. So far, we've seen some brief spin-ups up here to the far north, so it is possible today, folks. Got to stay weather aware. Forecast track model shows that line continue to push further in. Very heavy rain associated with it. Some gusty winds will be associated with it. Damaging winds, as a matter of fact, and even some hail with a few of these thunderstorms. There you go, right there into the metro area between 10 and 11 o'clock this morning. We'll continue to shift further down to the south, and I think the rain stays with us at least through about 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon before things will begin to subside. So far, again, most of it up here to the north is where we've seen a lot of the heavy rain and thunderstorms. This will last through early afternoon. Some of you safely have been able to send us pictures and video. We got our crews out there as well. Here to piece all that together for us is Ariana Manise. Good morning, Ariana.
Good morning, Chesley. While you were sleeping, we did have a crew driving through Dalton overnight as the storms moved through Whitfield County in northern Georgia. Now, our reporter Cody Alcorn and his photographer Brandon Tucker saw flooding on 4th Avenue. And then moments later, they saw firefighters actually evacuating an apartment complex on that street. Right now, you see firefighters searching through the flooded apartments. We also saw the firefighters carry some small kids to their family's car when the ground level units of their apartments had to be evacuated. Cody, he even jumped in to help carry the kids to safety. And as he was helping the small children, other firefighters escorted the older kids out of the building in an LJ. We had our photographer Tyson Paul. He took this video during last night's storms. He says that this happened on Old Highway 5 South, and the person who lives there actually told him they heard a loud noise and realized the building next door had blown into their home. Thankfully, everyone is okay this morning. Also in that same area, we saw a tree snapped into some power lines. Now, this is video sent to us overnight by our viewer Cammie Turner in Jasper. You see the lightning moving through across the sky during the overnight hours while those storms were moving through her area. Thank you for sending that video to us, Cammie. And you can also send us videos or pictures if you took any videos or pictures overnight or any into the morning. You can send them to us, and we can also use those on air and online. All you have to do is text your photo or video to that number you see right now on your screen, 44885-7600. Just make sure you at least include your first name and the location where you're sending that picture or video from. Back to you, Chesley.
Ariana, really appreciate that. Bobeth Yates has been tracking the storm. She got out early this morning, went all the way up into northern parts of Jackson County over toward the Commerce area, saw a thunderstorm roll through that area, and now she's catching a break. Bobeth, just off to the west of you, probably about an hour away. There's more storms coming in your direction, but right now you're in the calm part.
Yeah, now I'm in the lucky spot. I'm calling it the sweet spot because when we arrived here in the 4 o'clock hour, it was raining pretty hard. We had spurts of very, very heavy rain and then also a little lighter rain. Just giving you perspective where we are. So I'm in Commerce, Georgia. That's just about 60 miles north of Atlanta. We just took 85 up and just kind of traveled on. As we were making our way through 85, after we passed Sugarloaf, we started seeing the drizzle, and as we got more north, it just got harder and harder. When we got to Commerce, it was in full-fledged rain, and you can see some of those darker rain clouds behind me as that system now is off to our east. The good news that we've realized is that, now that the rain is gone, it's good, but It's been very windy, and what we've seen is the temperatures dropped a little bit since we've been out here. It's actually gotten cooler, and then we've seen the breeze just kind of gusting up just a bit. But again, right now things are just looking really good in the area now that the rain is off to our east and cleared up for us, and we figure we're just probably going to, wait it out as the storms start to make their way back through. But right now things looking good. The roads are a little wet here. One other thing that I noticed though too is that here in Jackson County there is a tornado watch in effect. It will remain in effect till about 1 o'clock. But again, all clear right now when it comes to the rain. Live in Commerce, Bobeth Yates, 11 Alive News.
Bobeth, really appreciate that. Glad that you are safe out there, but hunker down. More storms are coming back to you. And folks, we want to let you know that we're dedicated to keeping you safe and weather aware. We want to ensure that you're ready the next time the next line moves through our weather area. All you have to do is download our 11 Live weather app. You can track the live radar as the storms move in. Turn on alerts specific to your neighborhood and let you know exactly when those storms are coming closer to you. Let's go over to Crash Clark now with a check on the roads.
All right, my friend, it's a little bit of a head scratcher that GDOT is out and about doing some milling and paving. In fact, Jerry Carnes just drove by it, but that's what they're doing. A couple of right lanes were impacted, probably trying to get something done from overnight before the second round of rain comes in. So absolutely understandable. Now in that same area, unfortunately, stalled pickup truck right there sitting off to the right. Tough spot to be right there. 285 westbound, also near Roswell Road. So combine that, a little bit of a slow zone through Sandy Springs, but overall not that bad. If you're coming from Doraville and Dunwoody into Sandy Springs heading westbound, you're still going to be in fine shape. Look at that, 7 minutes from Spaghetti Junction to 400. The opposite way, about 6 minutes from 75 over towards Georgia 400. Of course, plenty of volume starting to pick up along I-85 and the I-20s. Speaking of the perimeter, Jerry Carnes has been out and about driving around, found a couple of raindrops before, and then he was across that top end perimeter. We're going to check in with Jerry right now and find out exactly what he's looking at. Jerry?
Well, you've been talking about the construction that is still going on here, I-285 westbound near Roswell Road. We just passed Ashford Dunwoody Road, and here you see it. They've got cones out, they've got barrels out, and they've got 3 lanes blocked here. I-285 westbound, we're approaching Roswell Road off to my right. You see all of the lanes that are blocked. Crews ahead of us are milling and paving these lanes of I-285 westbound, and ahead of us we see that volume is gathering here, starting to build, and a lot of brake lights. So that's what's going on here, milling and paving work. They're doing that up here on the top end as they try to wrap up the big Georgia 400 I-285 interchange transformation. So this is part of the final steps that they're taking, and usually they wrap this up about 5 o'clock in the morning. I suspect, like you do, Crash, that they're continuing to do this morning so that they can beat that rain, get as much work as they can get done before the rain comes. There you see some traffic exiting on to the Roswell Road ramp. You can still exit off of Roswell Road, but right now 2 lanes right here blocked, I-285 westbound near Roswell Road, as construction crews are milling and paving up this way. Fortunately, as of right now, the roads are dry.
All right, the sky looking pretty ominous there, Jerry. Thousands of people waking up in the dark this morning. We're seeing power outages across North Georgia. Right before 4:30, we checked in with Georgia Power, and the number was about 10,000. It has gone up since then. Right now, it is 11,000 outages.
All right, Chelsea, so when can we actually see things ramp back up again today?
Already starting to see it up here to the far northwest. Take a look. We got thunderstorms now pushing right back in. You see all these yellow boxes here. That indicates the severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect. The latest just south of the Dade-Walker area extends into northern Floyd County. That's where we talk about our own Georgia's Rome. That's in the central portions of it, so that's not included in this severe thunderstorm warning box here. This severe thunderstorm warning is set to last until 7 a.m. for northern parts of Floyd County. You can see where those thunderstorms are starting to fire up here a little bit over toward the Ellijay area, where we've already had some heavy rain. Outside of the warning areas over toward Marcy Creek, we got some heavy rain as well. And this line extends all the way back into northern parts of Alabama, into northern parts of Mississippi. It's all making its way a little further down to the south. You look on the end of this, it's moving toward the east. That's that front we were talking about, that front making its way in. And we're going to be watching this as it continues to sink further down to the south. Now, unlike the earlier storms, I think this one will move all the way down to the south into the Atlanta metro area, so you haven't seen the rain as of yet, but that rain is certainly coming your way. Tornado watch for all of North Georgia. In fact, it extends down into central portions of the state as well. Macon is included in this. The tornado watch means that we're watching for the potential for tornadoes. Now, we've already seen that during the wee hours of the morning in our far northern counties here, so it is certainly possible. Brief spin-ups, they spin up a lot of times and quickly spin right on out. We've seen a couple Doppler indicated tornadoes. We had one confirmed tornado up here to the north already, and so we could see that as that line continues to push further down to the south, even for the metro area. Where we don't have tornadoes, you're still talking about winds up to and around 60 or 70 miles per hour. We've seen that so far this morning as well. So here's our forecast track model. Now, it's not doing a very good job picking up what's coming in to our far northwestern counties right now, but you'll notice that line as it continues to sink further down to the south. Heavy rain associated with it, some very gusty winds out ahead of the heavy rain line here that pushes down to the south. Should be over the metro area between 10 and 11 o'clock this morning, and then once we get to the afternoon, it sinks further down to the south. We'll start to dry it out somewhat, and then another round will come late on Thursday going into Friday. Going to time that one out for you hour by hour, and the full forecast coming up. Crash, back over to you.
All right, we've got the volume picking up, and look towards the bottom of your screen. A wreck blocking a right lane, 85 south at Pleasant Hill. We're going to check in on that and the rest of the big three when 11 Alive News comes right back.
I carry passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so.
Welcome back. Time now is 6:45. We are taking a live look over Blue Ridge right now. Not too much going on, but you see those roads are wet. It's going to be a different story a few hours from now as we get ready to ebb and flow throughout the day. Look at all this lightning that moved through the sky overnight. We're going to check in with Chesley coming up in just a few minutes. Now to other top stories we are following for you happening right now. We are learning that a Union City firefighter was shot and is right now at Grady Hospital. Here's what we know. It happened sometime before 11 last night. Atlanta police had to come out and assist with traffic control as this firefighter was taken to the hospital. We have put in more calls to authorities to get more information about what happened. We are learning more in the case against a man accused of killing a nursing student on the UGA campus. An Athens Clark County grand jury has officially indicted Jose Ibarra, charging him with 10 criminal counts and the February murder of Laken Riley. Ibarra faces malice murder, the most serious murder charge in Georgia. Police found Laken's body near the intramural fields after she reportedly went for a run. A day later, police arrested Ibarra. The incident also states Ibarra allegedly hit her in the head with a rock several times and then tried to hide her body. Criminal defense attorney Daryl Cohen, who has no connection to this case, says this case will almost certainly go to trial and will put Athens Clark County under a microscope.
Is convicted or pleads guilty just to the murder charge, he will get life in prison with no chance of parole.
As for the next steps, Ibarra will have an arraignment before a Superior Court judge in Athens. He will have the opportunity to plead guilty or not guilty. So if he pleads not guilty, it is expected this case will go to trial.
Time now 6:47. Former President Donald Trump's hush money trial resumes today with Stormy Daniels making her way back to the witness stand. While on the stand Tuesday, Daniels gave salacious testimony during her questioning about her history with the former president. Trump has been charged with falsifying business records to cover up payments to Daniels, who claims she had an affair with him. Trump pleaded not guilty to the charges and denies an affair. Today marks 2 years since police arrested rapper Young Thug. He's been behind bars ever since. He and 5 remaining co-defendants are now on trial. Jury selection started last January, and this is now the state's longest running trial. Prosecutors claim YSL is a criminal street gang responsible for a series of violent crimes, with Young Thug being YSL's leader. Young Thug's attorney maintains YSL's just a record label. The judge rolled out new rules in an effort to try to speed up this process. Those changes include earlier start times, 3 days a week, and possible weekend court days.
Storm damage not just in our viewing area, but this morning we are seeing some video from Maury County, Tennessee. That's about an hour south of Nashville. At least one tornado was reported as those storms move through, and one person has died, with reports of several injuries there. Cleanup efforts are happening right now. We want to get back to Chesley as we are learning about some school closures. Chesley, very dicey morning out there. We have Whitfield County, Habersham County completely closed. A lot of debris on the roads there, and then we have Walker County that's actually going to be on that 2-hour delay.
Yeah, we're just now starting to see the skies lighten up a little bit. So a lot of these counties up here to the north will start to see if there's any damage. Certainly some strong winds move through the area, and now starting to see the thunderstorms move back into the area. This is the Blue Ridge area where you see those lightning strikes. Just about 5 minutes ago, I could see the street right here. And now that heavy rain has begun to take over the lens of our camera, so you can barely see what's going on there. Folks trying to get out and about will have a tough go of it with that heavy rain that's in the forecast area, and those lightning strikes every now and again pop up. And so it's been to the north that we've had a go of it through the overnight, and now another round is moving back into that area. As you can see, this is where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect. These yellow boxes indicate that they will last until about 7:15. So we'll be watching for that as the storms continue to push further down to the south. It's over toward Cartagena. This is Gilmer County here. Cartagena, you're just south of the severe thunderstorm warning that's up to the north of you, but you are experiencing some of those thunderstorms, and then more back off to your west will move through. And so you're expecting heavier rain, more lightning strikes, and of course, those gusty winds associated with these thunderstorms moving through the area. Jasper, you're catching a break. We're expecting more thunderstorms to move through that area as well. This extends all the way into northern parts of Alabama. In fact, it goes all the way into northern parts of Mississippi, starting to slide a little bit further down to the south, now including Summerville. Just to the north of the Rome area now, that severe thunderstorm warning, again, lasting until 7:15. Calhoun, you're included in that as well. This line will make its way a little bit further to the south. Now, this area has already seen some of that rain, so expecting these intense thunderstorms to lighten up maybe just a little bit. So far, they've been holding together, which has been pretty impressive, packing those gusty winds up to about 60 miles per hour, which is what's prompting these severe thunderstorm warnings. Also, hail associated with these thunderstorms as well. Can't rule out a tornado. Haven't seen any out of that line yet, but as it makes its way further down to the south, we could see some tornadoes popping up. Brief spin up certainly possible today. That's why we have this tornado watch, which will last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. afternoon. You can see all of North Georgia, including that. It extends down into the central portions of the state as well, to include Macon. Where we have not seen that rain, temperatures have been in the 70s so far. A very mild morning for us. Tracking a cold front off to the west that will finally move through and dry us out and also cool us down as we head into the upcoming weekend. Notice all these red boxes here from northern parts of Mississippi that extend all the way into our state. These are tornado watches, folks, that extends from Mississippi into Georgia, almost into parts of South Carolina. It's because of this line right here that's making its way further down to the south. Could see a brief spin up, so we'll continue to watch it for you. The front a little further back off to the west, but that will move through, and that's when we'll finally start to dry things out. But we still have a ways to go. We got this round right here that's going to come through. We'll catch a break this afternoon, and then another round of strong to severe thunderstorms expected to move in from the west into the east, or over toward the east into our state. That'll be during the wee hours of the morning, heading into Friday morning, which is why the Storm Prediction Center has placed a level 3 threat for severe weather from Atlanta southward. That is an enhanced risk for severe weather. What are we expecting to see? Certainly some heavy rain out of those thunderstorms. Damaging winds certainly possible as well. Low threat for tornadoes, but not ruled out. Brief spin-ups couldn't be around, and also hail. So far we've seen up to a quarter-size hail in some of these thunderstorms. Could get up to an inch in diameter. All right, here it is, our forecast track model. We'll be looking at the line of showers and thunderstorms making their way further down to the south. Should be over the Atlanta metro area between 9 and 10 o'clock. Then shifting further down to the south. We'll catch a brief break, and then after about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, another line will move toward us. Should be out of the way by the time we get to 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll get that drier air working into our forecast area. 79 degrees will be your high on Friday. Saturday, Sunday shaping up to be nice for Mom's Day. We'll hit 77 on Saturday, Sunday 79 with sunshine both days. Rain doesn't return until we get to Tuesday of next week. Crash, over to you.
All right, Chesley, we're going to go right up top. Sky Tracker. This is some video that we took earlier. In fact, Jerry Carnes drove right by this as well. Late construction, milling and paving across the top end. 285 westbound around Georgia 400 and Roswell Road. A couple of right lanes were impacted. They're picking up those cones and barrels right now, but certainly going to impact that drive across the top end. Let's get over to the maps because I've got trouble for you right here in that right lane. This is folks coming off of 316 heading towards Pleasant Hill. That's a wreck blocking up that right lane. And of course, that's adding to all that volume for folks coming down 85 south through Norcross. That's why we're going to give you condition yellow. Close to about 20 minutes from 316 to the junction. 475 holding still condition green, but we know there is a whole lot more rain coming, and that'll be with us in the thick of the rush hour. Folks, we're coming right back. Don't go away.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic.
Breaking news right now, there Delays for you this morning due to severe weather. Some parents will get a later start. We told you Walker County schools on that 2-hour delay. We've also learned that Gilmer County schools are also delayed.
All right, we just got word from Whitfield and Habersham County schools that they are completely closed. That call just coming in a moment ago. We're going to keep following these districts and bring you updates as maybe more come in. Chesley, things will be changing.
That's absolutely right. Severe thunderstorm warnings now exist across much of our northern county northern counties in our state. We'll continue to push further to the south, so we'll be watching this line of showers and thunderstorms. Temperature-wise, we'll hit 75 degrees by noon. On our way to 83 for an afternoon high. Going to get some sunshine in before it sets. We'll be right around by 6 o'clock looking at mostly sunny skies, temperatures around 80 degrees, and then another round will come in late tonight going into tomorrow.
Rick still blocks a right lane, 85 southbound past 316. We know this is all going to change when that rain rolls in.
All right, Chesley, will continue to track these storms and the threat for severe weather on our streaming app, 11 Alive Plus.
All right, we know we have that tornado watch in effect till 1 p.m. We'll see you over on streaming, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Is real or not, and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith.
This is Chesley McNeil. Welcome to our special coverage of the severe weather that's moving through our area as we speak. We had showers and thunderstorms roll into the area through the overnight. In some of the same areas where we're seeing more showers and thunderstorms roll into the area. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had a couple tornado warnings up to our far north so far this morning. Flash flooding that has been taking place because of the training of these storms that have been rolling through. The first batch of thunderstorms that moved through our area were moving from the west to the east. So mainly due east, shifting a little bit further down to the south. And because we had that training taking place, we've been seeing some flash flooding taking place up to our north. And now another round of thunderstorms starting to slide a little bit further to the south into the same areas. So, you know, flooding is going to be a major issue up here to the north. And we're starting to see those winds begin to pick up with those thunderstorms, which is why you see all those yellow boxes up there, which indicates a severe thunderstorm. That's because the winds have begun to pick up in a lot of these cells. And so let me stop the radar here real quickly here, and you can see where we have numerous lightning strikes in parts of Fannin County. It's extending into Gilmer County as well. That severe thunderstorm warning extends further over toward the east, so Ivy Log is continue in that as well. Doesn't quite extend into Rabun County, so Clayton is just out of it, but these storms are making their way towards you. All right, down toward Carter Cay now. We're starting to see a cluster of thunderstorms there. You indicated that heavy rain indicated there by that pink that's in there. You see the lightning strikes. Now, these storms were a little bit stronger back off to the north and west of us, starting to lose some of their punch as we're starting to lose some of these lightning strikes. A lot of the energy, that would indicate some of the energy being zapped from these thunderstorms, but the winds are still there at least, and so we'll have to watch out for that. Now, Carter Cay, for example, and Jasper are not included in the severe thunderstorm warning right now, that box or that polygon, but you still got some very heavy rain coming down just south of Carter Cay, between Carter Cay and Jasper. Also, those numerous lightning strikes as well, and that's also pushing over toward the east. Let's head a little further over toward the west. You can see back toward Calhoun, we do have that very heavy rain. You see the lightning strikes associated associated with that. Villanelle as well up there to the north. Some of the thunderstorms are now starting to slide a little bit further down to the south. Over into Chattanooga County, you can see over towards Somerville, you're not seeing heavy rain yet, but certainly you're hearing the claps of thunder as that lightning is just to the north of you, and momentarily that will be moving over toward your area as well. The severe thunderstorm warning does not include the Georgia Rome area, but just to your north, you got some moderate to heavy rain that's coming down, and those thunderstorms still to your north as well. Let me widen out just a little bit here and put it into motion, and you can see how those thunderstorms are making their way further down to the south, and again losing some of their punch. Now keep in mind that it has the rain has been in this area already this morning, and so not unlikely that as it moves into a little bit more stable atmosphere that some of this will start to break up just a little bit. I mean, just a little bit. But where we haven't had the rain, so as far down as Cedartown, for example, and down into Dallas, haven't had that rain, and your temperatures are in the 70s this morning, as this continues to move a little further south, could amp up a little bit more. All right, which is why, and there you go. There you go. Severe thunderstorm warning just popped up here for this area. Storm's not even down there yet, but they've triggered a severe thunderstorm warning for now parts of Floyd County, southern parts of Floyd County, which includes the Rome area, extending over into Canton as well. Tate, you're included in that as well. Likely to last until about, well, it's just after 7 o'clock now, likely to last at least until about 7:30 this morning as those storms are poised to move in there. No sense in guessing. We can go ahead and tell you right now. In fact, we'll go ahead and put it on the map here and show you that this severe thunderstorm warning will last until 7:45. That includes Georgia's Rome. It includes parts of Bartow County and into Cherokee County as well. We are looking at a severe thunderstorm warning lasting until 7:45. That's with this cluster of thunderstorms that's further off here to the north. And so we'll continue to watch that as it begins to roll to the south. Let me get that off the screen. Zoom in here just a little bit more, and we can show you where these thunderstorms are starting to slide a little bit further to the south. The reason why severe thunderstorm warnings are now popping up is because of the winds that are associated with these thunderstorms. Winds in excess of about 60 miles per hour will be felt with this. Again, Bartow County included in this, southern parts of Chattooga County, Pickens County, extreme northern parts of Pickens County included in that severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up. Certainly could see tornadoes pop up as well. That's something that we're watching out for, but right now it has been mainly the rain and the winds that have been the major culprits with these thunderstorms that continue to push in. Again, this will make its way down toward the metro area. You haven't seen any of that rain as of yet, but that will make its way down in. You know, the other thing that we have been seeing is hail. Hail has been popping up in some of these storms, and as further off to the north, of course. And again, I got to let you know that we've been seeing these storms a little bit stronger back off to the north and west of us. This would be that hail signature, and you can see where we have that yellow. It's a little bit stronger than the white area. That's on the low side. If you look at the legend up there at the top of the screen over toward our title bar there, this is that hail environment. And you can see the hail environment is a little bit more likely for areas of Rome down toward Bremen, over toward northern parts of Fulton County, down into Atlanta, where we have that yellow there. That indicates an area where we could see a little bit of hail that's been popping up. So far, we've been looking at let me put the reflectivity back on here. So far, we've been seeing the rain that has been an issue because that's been leading to flooding, especially in some of these areas where we've already had that rain, but now going to watch that push a little bit further down to the south. We do have a live camera, I-75 over toward Calhoun. Crash Clark has just showed me this, and you can see that just to the south of us there. Traffic so far looking pretty good, but you can see that heavy rain, no doubt some ponding on the roadways there with that heavy rain that's pushing in. Notice as we look at the camera box there, and we show you that camera again, you're not going to see a whole lot in the way of lightning strikes, okay? And so you're not seeing a whole lot of lightning with this, which is a good sign for us with this, because a lot of the energy, mainly a little bit further over toward the east, over toward the Carter K area, so we're not seeing those numerous lightning strikes as we saw when this same line was a little bit further back off to the north. That could be an indication of where we've already had some storms push through, and so the atmosphere may be a little bit more stable than what it is a little bit further down to the south. And so this is why we have to keep an eye on these thunderstorms as they move down to the south. We haven't seen that rain in places like Rome so far this morning. A little bit further down to the south over northern parts of Paulding County, for example, down toward the Dallas area, over toward Roswell. Haven't seen the rain, and your temperatures are up there, so it's a little bit more unstable. So as this line continues to push further down to the south, we can really start to see these thunderstorms begin to amp up. And a brief spin up is certainly not out of the question as that line continues to push further down to the south. So far over toward the Carter K area, Juneau, Lewisville, Calhoun, if you're in these areas right now, and that's where our live camera is right now, that's off of 75 near the Calhoun area, you are seeing just some heavy rain that's down in your area. No flags, of course, in that area right now. Now we're taking that nice and full. You can see trucks, mainly buses, getting along fine. A lot of as Crash would say, a lot of the water on the roads kicking up behind it lets you know how heavy that rain is in that particular area. And so that's something that we'll have to continue to watch out for. Now, just outside of where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings, of course, we do have some heavy rain. I'm talking about over toward the Mossy Creek area. You have a little bit more in the way of lightning strikes there as well. And so we'll be watching this area to see if anything happens to pop up to turn severe. But just because you're outside of the severe thunderstorm warning areas, Clarksville, over toward Toccoa, you still have to deal with some of that heavy rain. More of a nuisance, what we like to call a nuisance, especially during this hour of the day when a lot of folks got to get out, they got to go to work. Or you got to go to school. You got to stand at the bus stops, right? Waiting for those buses to come. This is where it'll get you right here with that heavy rain that's coming down, especially over toward the Mossy Creek area, a little further south, over toward the Murrayville area right now. Your rain is on the light side, but the rain could pick up on you. Look over toward Dahlonega, which is included in that severe thunderstorm warning area. You do have a bout of heavy rain there. I'm going to widen this out just a little bit. I want to go back to some of our reflectivity. I want to show you that this line extends all the way over into northern parts of Mississippi. All right. This is a line of showers and thunderstorms that extend all the way into Mississippi. This is that next line that's going to come through. We had that very heavy rain and the thunderstorms. If you could take me here at the key, very heavy rain and thunderstorms that moved through the area this morning. And so during the wee hours of the morning, I was tag teaming with Chris Holcomb. That's this line right here, or at least those cluster of thunderstorms there that moved through our area. It was mainly moving from the west to the east. That brought in a few tornadoes to our area, and now that's pushed off. Here comes line number 2 now, starting to slide further in. So you see all our northernmost counties here, much of our northernmost counties are under that severe thunderstorm warning there. You can see the numerous lightning strikes, much of the energy with this easterly push here. That's now starting to slide further over into Union and Towns County up here to the north. That's sliding over toward the east, and now more of a shift further down to the south, okay? And so that extends down out into Floyd County, northern parts of Bartow County. Cherokee County is included in this as well. Hasn't been extended so far over toward the east. So, for example, Forsyth County, you're not included in this, not as of yet, but stay tuned, again, as that continues to slide to the south. You'll also notice this big red box here that extends down into the central portions of the state. That red box is a tornado watch, which means there's the possibility for tornadoes, brief spin-ups, to happen in our area, especially further down here to the south. I'll really be watching for that. We're starting to see the skies lighten up a little bit here, and so no doubt folks will want to get out and assess some of the damage. We got some power outages up here as well. You may want to wait a little while. We still have the storms over your area right now, so wait a little while. You'll still be dealing with some rain because that rain shield extends further off to the north. So even though the thunderstorms will move through and you'll just have the rain around, that rain will be light to moderate. So you got to be careful even going out trying to assess some of the damage maybe around your home or in your neighborhood. Again, that line extending back into northern parts of Alabama, where we still have a tornado watch there as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings not issued with these as of yet, but we'll continue to watch those as they head a little bit further to the south as well. Atlanta so far, no rain as of yet, at least through the wee hours of the morning and so far this morning, but that is headed in your direction. I'm suspecting now it's about a little after 7 o'clock now, but as this continues to slide to the south, we're expecting that to amp up just a little bit. Certainly the winds will be an issue, and we've been telling you that really since yesterday. We've been talking about how the major threats with these thunderstorms would be that very heavy rain, all right, which is leading to some flooding in the areas. We got some flooded warnings up here to the north as well. And again, those gusty winds, damaging winds even possible, right? We've seen some of those thunderstorms packing winds up to about 70 miles per hour so far. And so that's certainly not out of the question. A little bit higher than the tornado threat would be hail. Okay, and we've seen some of that hail in the forecast area already as well. And so this will continue to slide further down to the south. We got some reporters up here to the north as well, and they've been showing us some of that heavy rain leading to some issues. Cody Alcorn helping fire and rescue out by getting some folks out of an apartment complex where some flooding was taking place. And so that's what this is about, folks, that heavy rain and along with those gusty winds. And even though we're not talking about tornadoes, when we talk about the winds, those winds up to about 60 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour, that can do damage. That can do damage on your home, especially your roof. You have to be on the lookout for that, as well as knock over some of those trees. Now, we've already had some severe thunderstorms in this area already, so that may have loosened some of the trees, so that now as round 2 is starting to slide through the area, that can knock those trees over. And if that is the case, that could fall on not only your home, but also on power lines, which could lead to power outages. And you don't want to go near any power lines that you see that are down on the ground, because they can still be active. And if you get near to that, you can be electrocuted, folks. So stay inside, stay hunkered down, especially for our northernmost counties. If you're watching us this morning from our northernmost counties, just stay hunkered down for a little while longer. Let these thunderstorms pass through your area. You will still have the rain around. I don't think things will subside up here to the north until after about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. That's when we'll start to see some of that rain begin to subside. But by that time, we'll be dealing with this main line down toward the Atlanta metro area, okay? So give it some time. Let the rain, let the thunderstorms begin to move out of your area, and then I'm going to stop this loop here for a minute so you can kind of look around and see where the heavy rain is right now. We're talking about over toward Calhoun, down just to the east of the Rome area. You got some heavy rain there as well. It extends up to the north, over toward the LJ area. You're looking at the Rome camera there. In fact, let's take that Rome camera full there. As the sun is starting to rise just a little bit there, you can see those clouds, ominous. So you're looking at Rome, downtown Rome area, but just to the north of that is where we're starting to see that heavy rain. If you look at it on the map there, you can see that Rome right now not having any rain over it, but you can see those clouds off to the north. Looks ominous, right? Those are those thunderstorm clouds that is heading in your direction. And so even though you don't have the rain right now, that rain is heading in your direction. And so you'll see that momentarily, probably within the next half hour or so, we'll be dealing with some rain in the Rome area. So if you're watching us from Rome, we love you. Be on the lookout for these thunderstorms and be weather aware. Be very safe. If there happens to be, again, a tornado that pops up in the area, of course, we'll break on the air and let you know. Right now, just streaming on our 11 Live Plus. Thank you all for watching us as well as we try to keep you abreast of what's going on throughout the forecast area and what we can expect at least through the rest of the day as these storms continue to push south. I'm going to widen out just again here. We have no tornado warnings in our area. I know you see that big red box right there over much of the area. That means a tornado watch. That means we're watching for the potential for the severe weather to be in our area. I want to do something for you here. I want to take the radar off of this map here and show you all those yellow boxes up there to the north, and you see the lightning strikes as well. These are all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that are over us right now. They extend up from the Blue Ridge area over into parts of Union Towns County. They extend southward over toward Dawson County, so you see toward Tate. It includes the northern parts of 575. That's in Cherokee County, over toward Bartow County, and into Floyd County. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect right now. Those thunderstorms now just starting to enter into the northern parts of that box. And so not over the Rome area yet, but maybe heading a little bit further down to the south. It is over the Calhoun area, not quite into Tate, but headed in your direction. It is over the Blue Ridge area. I don't know if we have our Blue Ridge cam that we can pop up for the people, but if we have that, might want to show the Blue Ridge camera that we have. Had that heavy rain push through. While we were on the air, I was showing you that we couldn't even see the road as that rain was coming down so heavy. Now just past that area, the heavy rain has pushed through you. You do have the light rain that's coming down right now. I suspect that light rain will be with you for the next hour or so, but the winds maybe even dying down as well. I like to see these cameras because if you take a look at the trees, you notice the wind's not blowing the trees around all that much. Not long ago, that was the case in this area. Hopefully there's no damage in your area up there in over toward the Caldwell Banker area, what we call our live shot there in the Blue Ridge area. And so back to the radar now, where we're looking at, in fact, we'll go in on the radar here to Blue Ridge and show you where that rain has begun to subside. So just to the east of Higdon is where we have Blue Ridge. Now over toward Ivy Log, you can see where that heavy rain is starting to push a little bit over toward the east, moving into the Sussex area. All right, you got some heavy rain that's headed in your direction. Carter K as well. Very heavy rain. Probably will be with you for the next 10 minutes or so before it begins to slide a little bit further down to the south. Juno has been on that fringe. You've seen the light rain, haven't really seen a lot of heavy rain, but now some of that heavy rain is pushing towards you. So into central portions of Dawson County, some of that heavy rain is now starting to push down in your area. Lewdville, you had some pockets. Now you have that steady heavy rain that's over towards your area as well. You can see the lightning strikes associated with that as well. Into Gordon County, that's where Calhoun is, right along 75. Crash had a camera up there. I don't know if we still have that camera. We can take a look. You can see we do have some heavy rain there, but notice we don't have a whole lot of lightning strikes. And we've been looking at that camera as well. Again, that's off of 75 over toward the Calhoun area. There you go. Boom. Now you don't see a whole lot of lightning here, but we do have that heavy rain right in there. The storms have begun to subside a little bit. We've had heavy rain already in this area, so I suspect as that storm is starting to push south there's not a whole lot of instability there to keep those lightning strikes going. So a lot of the energy from that has been zapped out. But I'm still looking at the winds. I've been looking at those light poles as well to see if they've been moving around. Winds not as strong, at least to blow those around, which is good news, which is great news. But we still have those winds probably anywhere between 40, 50 and up to 60 miles per hour in these parts. Okay, that is the Calhoun area right there where the rain is starting to subside just a little bit. Now it's starting to shift a little bit further down to the south. So if we go back to the radar, you can see south of Calhoun would be moving into Cherokee County. You'll be seeing Adairsville. I'm sorry, into Bartow County, Adairsville, and then a little bit further south of that is Cartersville. Cartersville not seeing much as of yet. That's where we find our science museum. You got the bud plant there as well. You haven't seen any rain. No doubt people are trying to get into work there. Coming at least from the city, at least further off to the north, you're fine right now. No problems at all. But over toward the Fairmount area, the rain is pretty heavy there. Into Jasper as well, you got some pretty heavy rain. Haven't seen much of that down into the metro area. And so places like Kennesaw, Ackworth, you're not seeing any rain right now, but that rain will be sliding further down to the south. I suspect that rain will be with us probably in the metro area, probably around 9 o'clock. Or so, 9, 10 o'clock. That will slide a little bit further down to the south. So be on the lookout for that as well. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings is all we're seeing right now. No tornado warnings in our area. We do have a tornado watch that will last until 1 o'clock this afternoon, but that extends all the way down into the Macon area. And so the central portions of the state really have to be on the lookout because they'll get in on some of that heating. And as these storms continue to slide to the south, we could see them begin to intensify. And that is where we could see some of those tornadoes begin to pop up in the area. I want to slide a little bit further back off to the west, show you what's taking place over into northern parts of Alabama. Haven't seen very many of the severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, it was in the wee hours of the morning that we saw those stronger storms over in the Huntsville area. A couple tornado warnings make it into our state. And right now, we're not seeing much. In fact, we're starting to see it weaken just a little bit as it moves in that area. So a little bit more stability in that particular area. A little further to the west, as you go over toward maybe Tupelo, Mississippi, that's where you have a cluster of thunderstorms. That now pushing to the east as well. That ahead of that front that's back off to the west of us, driving these storm systems a little bit further our way. So folks, we're going to wrap this up in just a few, but we want to let you know that we are dealing with these severe thunderstorms in our particular area, and we'll deal with them at least through early afternoon. Right now, much of that up into the northern portions of our state. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings up there, some flood warnings up there as well, as that continues to drop further down to the south. We have a tornado watch, which means we're watching for the potential for tornadoes, and that will last until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to stay right here and keep you updated throughout the day as severe thunderstorms continue to push through our area. Know that it's going to be a soggy one, maybe a nuisance for some, but we'll keep you updated right here and help to keep you safe. Enjoy today, folks, and stay safe.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants.
This is Chesley McNeil. Thanks for joining us here on our 11 Live Plus channel. We have been tracking thunderstorms in our forecast area, some of which have been on the strong to severe side, especially up to our far northern counties. And now we're starting to see that begin to shift a little bit further down to the south, closer to the metro area. And some of these thunderstorms are holding on as far as their severe weather criteria. We're talking about winds up to about 60 miles per hour in some spots, hail associated with a few of these thunderstorms. Last checked, about penny-sized hail associated with a few of the thunderstorms, but they have the potential to get up to about an inch in diameter. So it's something that we're watching out for. Plus, we have a tornado watch in the area. You can see that right there at the bottom of your screen on our scroll, our crawl as it scrolls there, that yellow area, which includes much of North Georgia under the tornado watch as these thunderstorms continue to pass a little bit further down to the south now instead of where they've been all morning up to the north. If we take a look at the radar here, you can see where, well, we're looking at these thunderstorms not quite as strong as they were back off to the north of us, north and west of us. They are pretty strong. The strongest right now, I think, are further up here toward the Gainesville area, where you see that very heavy rain that's coming down, especially right around the Gainesville area now, just over Gainesville. You see that magenta color in there along with that pink. That's where we have some very heavy rain. But you'll also notice that we don't have as many lightning strikes. We got a few lightning strikes associated with it, so the energy is just not there with that. But the winds certainly an issue, which is why we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. In fact, let's go to query on that right now. The one that's over toward Jackson County, including Commerce area, will last until 8:45 this morning as these storms continue to push a little bit further down to the south. Right now, have a history of moving roughly around 30-35 miles per hour. Again, the gust winds in that storm up to about 60 miles per hour, and we're seeing a quarter-size hail in this particular system. So we're talking about this one that's over toward Commerce, the Homer area right now, just starting to impact you as far as that heavy rain goes. We don't have any rain right now over the Commerce area, but this thunderstorm is headed in that direction. Again, last check, we've seen the storm moving about 35 miles per hour. The hail can cause damage to cars, of course, and also homes. Those winds could knock over trees and, of course, blow off the siding on some homes, could do some roof damage as well. So certainly something you need to be on the lookout. If you were planning to leave your house, if you're in the Commerce area right now and you got time where you could wait maybe a couple hours or so, that would be great to do. If not, you may be encountering some of that very heavy rain and some of those gusty winds that will be over your area momentarily. So be on the lookout for that. We extend it down toward the Gainesville area. That's where we have some heavy rain coming down. Just south of that, over toward Oakwood, Chestatee as well. Over in northern Forsyth County, moving out of your area. That's now sliding a little bit further forward toward the east, southeast. So down toward the Brazelton area, you are included in the severe thunderstorm warning. You don't have any rain over you, but this is now moving in your direction. Sugar Hill, over toward Big Creek as well, in southern portions of Forsyth County. Big Creek in particular, it doesn't take much rain to flood that area. We know that Big Creek, a little bit of rain starts to flood that area. Some moderate rainfall, moderate flooding usually takes place. We got heavy rainfall over your area right now. So if you live in this area, certainly be on the lookout for some flooding to be taking place. Up toward Milton and northern parts of Fulton County, down toward Sandy Springs, the Roswell areas. That's where we have some moderate rain that's coming down. Few lightning strikes, just a few lightning strikes, not very much. Did hear a report so far over toward Cherokee County where we've had winds up to about 26 miles per hour. And that doesn't fit the severe weather criteria, but there are some areas likely along this line of thunderstorms that have the wind gusts up to about maybe 60-70 miles per hour. And again, we are seeing some penny-sized hail with some of these thunderstorms. So it extends further down to the south to include Ackworth, down through Kennesaw into Cobb County. That slides a little bit further down to the south now. Kennesaw just now starting to pick up on some of that rain. That rain is on the moderate side so far, but we'll start to see some of that rain intensify as it heads in your direction. Heavy rain now in southern portions of Floyd County. You can see north of Cedartown, we do have some of that heavy rain as well. Starting to see it lighten up just a little bit over northern parts of Paulding County. In fact, let me point some of these areas out to you just in case you're looking on the screen right now and you're not able to see that. So if you can pop me up here, okay, there you go. So I'm looking at this area right in here where the rain is a little bit lighter. So over toward Hurley, a little bit further down to the south, this is northern parts of Paulding County here, just north of the Dallas area. where the rain has been on the lighter side. You go a little bit further over toward the west, you got that heavy rain. This is southern portions of Floyd County here. There's Georgia's Rome. Not a whole lot of heavy rain there. You got a few lightning strikes that we're looking at, but just south of that is where we have some of that heavy rain that's coming down. Again, it gets a little bit lighter as it moves into northern parts of Cobb County, so we're watching it as it heads down toward you, Smyrna. You are in the severe thunderstorm warning box there, so winds in your area could start to pick up on you just a little bit as the thunderstorms start to slide a little bit further down to the south. And we'll see if the National Weather Service decides to keep this going here, especially for areas over toward northern Fulton County, right here in the Roswell area, over toward moving into northern parts of Gwinnett County. All right, you guys see the Sugar Hill area there. You got some very heavy rain that's coming down. Few lightning strikes, but maybe those winds a bit gusty headed toward Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville not included in that warning area, but you're just outside of it. So again, we're looking for some strong thunderstorms headed in your direction. And then again, up toward the Gainesville areas where we saw some very heavy rain coming down. Numerous lightning strikes a little bit further up to the north of the Gainesville area. So that may be where a lot of the energy resides with this particular system as it continues to slide further down to the south and east. So we'll be impacting the area for a while. It's 8 o'clock now, just after 8 o'clock. And so we're expecting this to remain in the metro area at least through about 11:30 or noon today. We'll be seeing these thunderstorms. And again, I think the severe thunderstorm warnings will be popping in and out as we head through the area. The main thing that we're looking out for right now would be a brief spin-up tornado. That's certainly possible. This storm has a history of producing some of those pop-up tornadoes. Got the 3 box on the screen right now. I'm up here in your corner. We got I-75 right there in Red Top Mountain, and so you see the very heavy rain that's associated with this. Certainly a nuisance for those that have to get around driving out there. Traffic seems to be okay. Not a lot of heavy traffic on the roads, but people taking their time getting to where they have to get to. And again, that rain overtaking the area there. And so we'll continue to watch that. That's what's headed toward you, Roswell. That's what's headed toward you, Sandy Springs, and also into North Atlanta. That heavy rain is coming your way. Also into Dallas and Paulding County, that heavy rain is coming your way. The heaviest rain, though, has been further off to the north, and we are seeing now some flood warnings up toward the Toccoa area. So into Stevens County, you can see where we have that green box there over toward Toccoa. That is indicating that we've got some flooding that's taking place. Now, keep in mind, in this area, we've seen that heavy rain already roll through this area this morning. Then you caught a break, and now some heavier thunderstorms rolling back in. No doubt that's causing some flooding up here where we have that heavy rain. Of course, here's that box right there where we have that flood warning that's now in effect. And then south of that, of course, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. This line itself making its way a little bit further over toward the south and east. So Commerce had a couple thunderstorms roll through that area this morning during the wee hours of the morning. Now you're getting ready to see a couple more thunderstorms. Certainly the ones we had around this morning were much stronger than what we're seeing right now. And so we'll continue to watch that as far as the wind speeds go, because that's going to be the major threat. The heavy rain, of course, which could lead to flooding, and also those winds up to about 60 miles per hour. And that's what happens when you have a severe thunderstorm warning. Either you got some hail that's associated with that thunderstorm, and or the winds up to about 60 miles per hour plus in some cases. And so certainly some reports of this line as it continues to push further down to the south. So be on the lookout. Hopefully, much of you have gotten past or maybe your loved ones have gotten past the morning rush hour, typically having to be to work maybe around 9 o'clock. Now we got to worry about the kids getting to school, right? Heading to the bus stops this morning. Maybe want to drive them to the bus stop, or maybe even drive them to school this morning just to be on the safe side. For those kids that have to get out and get on the bus stop, know that it's going to be a bit soggy on the outside and those winds start to pick up on you. If you can hear thunder, you can be struck by lightning, so you want to get to a safe place, a shelter place. Hopefully the bus drivers out there will, if they're driving through the neighborhoods, honk the horn, let the kids run out of the house and get to the bus before having to stand out there in the rain, and in some cases a lot of lightning that's out there right now. So over Banks County right now is where we have some of the heaviest rain that's coming down. You can see that very heavy rain indicated by some of the pinks that are in there in those magenta colors. Again, not a whole lot of lightning strikes, but we do have some around over toward Lula, down through Gillsville as well, Maysville. This is bearing down on you as well. You're just outside of the severe severe thunderstorm warning polygon there, but certainly the winds will start to pick up on you. And just because you're outside, if you're looking at our map and you see yourself outside or your neighborhood outside of the polygon, does not mean that you can't experience those winds in excess of about maybe 35, 40 miles per hour with some of these thunderstorms, all right? And so those thunderstorms continue to march a little bit further down to the south. Flowery Branch right now under the gun as far as the heavy rain is concerned, some of those gusty winds. I've been looking at the National Weather Service right now. I'm talking about the flooding that's taking place, but we'll see if they'll continue to carry some of these severe thunderstorms further off toward the southeast. Now, over toward the northeast is where we've had some of those thunderstorms. So Gainesville has seen it, Brazelton, you have seen it, Commerce, you have seen it, even into the Athens area, just where that severe thunderstorm warning stops. Athens have seen a couple strong thunderstorms. Watkinsville area, where we have not seen that rain so far, has been in the Roswell area, over toward the Ackworth area as well, Taylorsville, where we've seen those temperatures in the 70s so far this morning. Be very interesting to see if they keep this severe thunderstorm warning going, the one that's headed into southern Paulding County and southern Cobb County. Right now that rain is on the moderate side, and you can see some of that starting to let up just a little bit. We were forecasting that just yesterday, that as the models begun to push through, that as they went down to the south, that they would start to break up just a little bit, and we're starting to see that now. But we still have that severe thunderstorm warning that's on top of your Cobb County, headed toward the Marietta area. You're probably seeing light rain right now in Marietta. Hasn't made it down into the Powder Springs area yet, or down into Mapleton, but momentarily it will be down in your area. Also caught a big break here for Atlanta so far, but certainly expecting those showers to make it into your area as well. Whether or not that severe thunderstorm warning that will be extended further down to the south remains to be seen. We're tracking what the National Weather Service is doing and what they're following, and so we'll see if that is the case. Right now, that is set to expire here within the next 15 minutes or so. It is currently 8:14, set to last until 8:30, so we'll see if they extend that just a little bit. Things you need to be on the watch out for today will be the gusty winds associated with some of these thunderstorms. Also, we'll have to be on the lookout for some flooding that has been already reported in some spots further off to the north. And so we'll continue to watch that as we go along. Let me get my single site radar on here, and you can see a little bit better now where some of these moderate showers are. Again, the heaviest showers are still further up toward the north and east. Moderate showers, a moderate rainfall so far for the Roswell area, Sandy Springs area, and over toward Dallas and Cedartown. Carrollton, you haven't seen much of the rain. And what we're seeing down here to the south, just off to the west of us over into Alabama, that is headed in our direction, but a lot of that rainfall so far has been falling apart. So you see those thunderstorms over into, well, just north of Milltown, over into Alabama. Even though that's starting to slide further off toward the north, a lot of that has been falling apart or losing some of its strength as it continues to move through. If you look at the radar here, you can see where we had some decent thunderstorms that will push through the LaGrange area, but as they continue to slide further off to the east, they're starting to lose a lot of their grip. And so maybe the same for that thunderstorm, that cluster of thunderstorms right there north of Milltown into Alabama, something that we'll have to continue to watch out for as we go along this morning. Starting to see the rain finally subside north of Calhoun over toward the Dalton area, where you've had numerous rounds of showers and thunderstorms so far this morning up there to the north, with the sky starting to light up now. We're starting to get some of the sunlight now, lighting up the skies a little bit there. Likely, folks will start to get out and try to see if there's any damage in that particular area. Still be careful because there's still some rain around, and of course we got some slick roads up there as well. Once again, the heaviest rain so far has been over toward the Carnesville area, headed toward Sandy Cross, Commerce. That rain is starting to barrel down on you as well. That's where we had Bobeth Yates up there so far this morning. Had a thunderstorm roll through that area, began to subside. As the sun began to rise, we saw that there was really no damage around her particular area where she was, but now we're starting to see those thunderstorms begin to push back into that particular area as well. And so we'll continue to watch it. Severe thunderstorm warning set to last there until 8:45 this morning. And so we'll see if they'll continue to extend that. But that's where the heaviest rain has been. But you notice not a whole lot in the form of lightning strikes there, like we saw back off to the north and off to the west of us. And so we'll continue to watch that. Now, they're still holding on to the severe thunderstorm warning right now that's over toward the Roswell area, but now those storms are starting to push a little bit further to the south of there. And again, we'll see if they'll continue to watch that continue to slide a little bit further toward the south. Andrew, you ready to jump in here a little bit?
Yeah, I can jump in for a little bit and kind of point out some of the stuff that we have going on. And guys, I'm going to be on our Max 1 box here in front of the chroma key. Let's talk a little bit about what we have going on. Take a look, first of all, out here at I-85 South. This is at State Route 82, and you see how wet it is. Now, of course, this is the morning commute. This is when everyone's headed out the door. They're trying to get their day started here on this Thursday, but it is a soaker. We have these severe thunderstorm warnings that we're dealing with. So I want to make sure that if you're about to head out of the house right now, you know what you're about to run into. If you have any friends or family that may be about to leave the house, maybe the kids are headed to school, anything like that, give them a phone call. Say, hey, maybe hold off a little bit, or wait till this thunderstorm passes through. Again, these are moving to the south at a pretty good pace. Do you know the exact speed on these thunderstorms? 35 miles per hour to the south. So again, if you just wait just a few minutes, let the bulk and the most intense portion of these storms pass down towards the southeast here, and then you can go ahead and head out the door. Maybe just go ahead and give a phone call and say, hey, I may be a little bit late. I don't want to be caught in the thunderstorms. A lot of us can respect that, right? You don't want to be out there in a dangerous situation. Just had a bulk of the strongest storm activity pass through Gainesville. Gainesville, you're on the backside of things now. Take a look at all the thunder and lightning that we have going on through here, from all the way up into far northeast Georgia, stretching down all the way down into the metro. Things get a little bit lighter down here towards Yorkville, Roswell, stretching over towards Rome. I say lighter as far as lightning is concerned. You don't see as much in the way of lightning strikes, but very heavy rainfall still associated with that. And that kind of gives you an idea on intensity. Some of the more intense storms are actually over here closer to Gainesville, just moved over the I-85 corridor, still moving over the I-85 corridor. Banks, Hall, Jackson, and Madison counties all within that severe thunderstorm warning. That one goes until 8:45. This severe thunderstorm warning that we have stretching down for areas like Bartow, Cherokee, Cobb, and Fulton County, that thunderstorm is not as intense. Now, you heard Chesley talking about that here just a moment ago. We were expecting these storms to weaken as they continue to move down towards the south. That is still what we are seeing pan out here as these storms pass through the region. Right now in Roswell, though, some of the heaviest rainfall that you're going to get for today is moving over your region. We have over towards Rome. You're on the backside of things. Yorkville, you're getting a pretty intense storm. The Dallas area. Right now, probably a lot of lightning strikes happening there. And then you also see the heaviest of the rainfall kind of moving over Dallas, and then right over the 575-75 split. They're still getting some good heavy rain. Right into the Battery area, down towards Sandy Springs. Some strong storms approaching there where 400 meets I-285. And all this just going to continue to kind of drift down towards the south there and continue to kind of impact the I-20 corridor as we head into the next few minutes here. These storms, again, just going to continue to drift down to the south at about 35 miles per hour. It's going to continue to impact us all the way throughout this morning commute. And then later on today, things are actually going to end up getting a little bit quieter, but we still have another round of storms that's going to be going on a little bit later.
All right, thanks a lot, Andrew. Appreciate it. We are looking at continuing to monitor these storms, folks. This is going to be with us right on through about early afternoon. That line that you see up here to the north sinks to the south, and then we'll catch a break. And then we're expecting more of those thunderstorms coming in. That's what Andrew is referring to. Some of those thunderstorms that's going to come in later on tonight. We may be doing this all over again by tomorrow morning. Notice back off here to the west, over into northern parts of Alabama, the Huntsville area, for example. You see those thunderstorms, numerous lightning strikes associated with it. No severe thunderstorm warnings with this as of yet. No tornado warnings with it as of yet. There is a tornado watch. This is continuing to sink a little bit further down to the south. In fact, I do want to put this in motion for you so you can get a little better look at it. You can see where this is now starting to move into that particular area. I think that will start to sink to the south as well. So that's going to keep the threat for the showers and thunderstorms over our area right on through about noon or 1 o'clock today. All right, so even though this line that's over us right now is starting to weaken as it continues to push down to the south, we're expecting those thunderstorms to be around. We will catch a break. I think we will catch a break, and I think we'll even get some sunshine in here before it sets today. And really all that does is add to the instability over the atmosphere over us. And with that next line, or that final line that we'll try to push through later on tonight, that could mean another round of strong to severe thunderstorms for us. And so even after this begins to subside or passes our way, we're not out of the woods with this at all. At all, folks, not out of the woods with this at all. Again, a tornado watch remains in effect until 1 o'clock for just about all of North Georgia. We'll be looking at that. Some of our far northwestern counties has been allowed to be taken out of that watch. So we'll continue to watch that as well. But right now, we're looking at the the light rain that's over into northern parts of Fulton County, over toward the Roswell area. You even see some of those yellow pockets, orange pockets starting to fall apart there. Stronger storms a little bit further off to the north and east, up toward the Carnesville area, just passed through Toccoa. That sliding a little bit further over toward the east. Now those storms there are moving at about 55 miles per hour. So over toward the Commerce area, a quick mover, but certainly some heavy rain that's going to be dropped on you, along with a couple lightning strikes, some gusty winds associated with it as well as that slides over toward the east. Now that extends all the way over into Elbert County. So if you're looking at Elberton, that the line is well off to the west, but extends that far out. And so that's how fast these storms are moving over toward the east. These storms here we're clocked at about 65 miles per hour as far as their movement down to the south, and so they're falling apart though. Really hard pressed to see that if the Weather Service would keep this going, unless they think there would be some intensification as it starts to slide a little bit further to the south over toward Atlanta, down toward Union City and into Peachtree City as well. So for now, at least, we are looking at these isolated or scattered thunderstorms that are over the area. Some of them have the ability to produce winds up to about 60, maybe 65 miles per hour, which is why we have that severe thunderstorm warning on it. All right, we're going to pause here for a little while to go back to our live coverage on WXIA to do a live cut in there. You can join us there, and then maybe we'll be back here to update you on any severe thunderstorms that are in our area, especially the metro area right now, which we know impacts a lot of you, and what your day is going to be like. So join us for that cut in just a few. What do I want?
Auto publish should be working again for us.
8:30. Yep. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah. Yep. Hello everyone, I'm meteorologist Chesley McNeil along with meteorologist Andrew Wilson. We are watching and tracking storms over the Cobb County area. You can see this live look over Truist Park where that rain is coming down pretty heavy there, almost like snow. And you notice the tarp wasn't on the field because they don't have a game out there today. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in our area. We're watching these thunderstorms as they begin to weaken somewhat as they continue to push down toward the Atlanta metro area. A little bit stronger further off here to the north and east. That's where we've been tracking winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Just to the south and east of Toccoa right now. This is headed toward Hartwell. We'll continue to watch this as it holds together. Could be seeing some very gusty winds associated with a few of those thunderstorms there. This extends down through Commerce over All right, welcome back, 11 Live Plus. So glad that you are joining us this morning for these severe thunderstorms that have been moving through our area. So far, we have seen tornado warnings, mainly up into our northernmost counties where those have been. We had severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Those winds in the thunderstorms have been in excess of 60 miles per hour. We've even seen them as high as 70 miles per hour in some spots. The one that was over the Atlanta metro area has been allowed to expire, and so that's gone. We started to see those thunderstorms fall apart a little bit, and so that was the case there. But the ones just to the north and east of that, that's headed toward the Athens area, have held on. And so that continues at least, and that is set to expire around 8:45. So we'll see if they extend that even further over toward the east. We'll watch that as well. Those look even weaker than what they were just up to the north of our area. Those green boxes that you see indicate flood warnings up there to the north. We had rounds of rain that continued to push through that area, and so you're still seeing that rain, even though the heaviest rain has begun to move to the south and east of the area. We still have some rain up there. Looking at light to moderate rain to fall through the rest of mid-morning, probably by this afternoon, beginning to subside there. Maybe even some sunshine breaking out by this afternoon there. Just adding to the instability because we're going to see more thunderstorms a little bit later on this evening. Andrew Wilson has been with us this morning as well, and he's going to take a look further at these storms, take a look at some of the timing of those storms, where they're headed, and what we can expect as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Again, so far, these storms have been weakening somewhat as they push a little bit further down to the south. We haven't seen much rain in Atlanta so far, just over toward northern parts of Cobb County, now starting to slide into southern Cobb County. For example, over toward the Powder Springs area, that is where we're seeing some of that heavy rain begin to push in. Right now, let's toss it over to Andrew Wilson. Take a look at what you can expect for the rest of the afternoon. Good morning, Andrew.
Yeah, good morning, Chesley. Yeah, it's been a very active evening into this morning. We had a lot of thunderstorm activity. Remember, just last night, there was in the really far north portions of Georgia, even had a few tornado warnings like up towards Gilmer County. Now, things have quieted down up there further to the north, but things have become a little bit more active as you get down towards that I-20 corridor, I-85, and really around the Atlanta metro. Let's take a look out across the city at the moment. Right now, looking into far north Georgia, again, things are quieter up there. Looking out there towards Midtown Atlanta, you see some of the shower activity really starting to pick up. You see it out towards Truist Park, and then you also see it out towards the airport. Right now, things moving smoothly at the airport, but once this rain moves over that, we may start to see a few delays out there. Let's take a look at where some of the most intense storms are at the moment. Right now, these showers and storms that are moving down into the metro, they have really calmed down. Notice that we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings right now for the Atlanta metro, but when you look up the I-85 corridor, that's where we have a lot of that activity that's right now occurring, like up towards Banks, Hull, Jackson, Madison County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning there where we have some possibly very intense winds. Notice that we have some very heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning associated with these storms to go along with it. That warning will expire at 8:45. Let's look further off towards the east here. This is Anderson, Elbert, Franklin, and Hart counties. They have another thunderstorm. I would say this storm is a little bit more intense. That is moving out of the 11 Alive viewing area now, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on it, but again, it's moving away from us. This storm here that's headed down towards Athens, that's going to be the storm that is a little bit more intense and one that we want to, again, keep a closer eye on. So let's take a look at the timing for this. This storm that's heading down towards the Athens area is actually going to be there by about 8:48. Right now, the time there in the top right corner of your screen, sitting at 8:34. Notice that once we get to Arnoldsville, it'll be about 9:02 down towards Lowndsville, way down there once we get down towards the 9:04 time frame. So we're going to continue to watch this thunderstorm again move down to the southeast, moving about 35 miles per hour, so they're moving at a pretty good pace. Looking at a wider view across the southeast, you see that there's still some thunderstorm activity into northern Alabama. They had a lot of tornadoes out there just last night towards the Huntsville area, so they're getting a little bit more thunderstorm activity, and yes, that is going to be moving over us here over the next few hours to go along with it, but those storms should also continue to kind of weaken as they push our direction. We did have a severe thunderstorm risk for today, the level 3 out of 5. That's an enhanced risk. That means that we will get scattered thunderstorm activity where some of them could become strong to severe with a damaging wind possible. Obviously, we're seeing that right now. We've seen multiple severe thunderstorm warnings at level 2 further off towards the north. So actually the higher threat for today is going to be further south of the Atlanta area, and that's really going to be from some thunderstorms that are going to move in as we head into tonight. You heard Chesley talk about that a little bit earlier. We are still expecting that. Let's move throughout the timeline here. Forecast track shows us the thunderstorm activity that's really already moved through. Honestly, this model is a little bit behind, so keep that in mind while we watch that pass on through. Still going to have some thunderstorm activity. I would expect it to the latter part of the morning. By early afternoon, things will really start to quiet down, and then we're going to have a lull as we head throughout the afternoon time frame. Let's move into tonight. There's going to be the possibility of a few thunderstorms. I want you to look further on towards Birmingham here. Notice a little bit of shower activity starting to pop up there on the screen from the model. We get to about the early hours tomorrow morning, right around the morning commute. It's going to be around 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Some thunderstorms passing through. You saw that level 3 risk, mainly though down towards the Macon area. You saw it extend further to the south. That's where we expect a lot of those stronger storms to really pass through as we head throughout Thursday night and into Friday morning. And then it's going to be quiet here as we start to move into Mother's Day weekend. And I know that we're all going to be very much ready for that after this thunderstorm activity that we're having right now. So heavy rain is also a big concern. Chesley talked about that a little bit earlier on. We've had a lot of these heavier showers pass on through. We had a lot of heavy rain last night. You see some of these flood warnings that we actually have there in the very top corner of the top part of the screen here, just behind the severe thunderstorm warning box. And let me actually go up to some of those. Again, flooding could be a potential for today because we do have so much heavy rainfall. They had a ton of rain up there closer on towards Gilmer County yesterday. And then down towards the Atlanta area, some heavy rain starting to move in. That's going to really impact those morning commuters, and it's going to be something we continue to have to keep a close eye on. Right, Chesley?
That's absolutely right. Let's take a live look at Borough County. I know we were talking about that camera there. You can see where we got that heavy rain coming down at this intersection here. This is really, it becomes more of a nuisance for you when you have to get out and about, right? You have to go to work. Kids got to go to school. And so you get out there and you encounter stuff like this, right? Where those winds start blowing around. You can look at some of the traffic lights where the winds are starting to blow around just a little bit there. So some gusty winds associated with a few of these thunderstorms as they continue to pass through our area. Some good news with this so far, right? That we have not seen a lot of the very, very heavy thunderstorms that we saw this morning. They're starting to break up just a little bit as they head further down to the south. Now, so far we haven't seen much in the way of rainfall back over toward here in the metro area like we saw up to the north. And that's where we had a couple tornado warnings up to our northernmost counties. You see those flood boxes up there, the flood warnings up there because that very heavy rain was training through the area, meaning we had several storms at a time just moving through those same areas all this morning long. And now we're starting to see that push a little bit further to the south. We did forecast this. Yesterday we were talking about as that line continued to push further down to the south that it would weaken, and that's what we're seeing. Right on schedule, if you will, some weakening with these particular storms, especially when you look at parts of northern Paulding County and into Cobb County. Just a few areas of moderate rain to heavy rain. Again, we had a severe thunderstorm warning associated with this line, but the National Weather Service has allowed that to begin to expire. Now back over toward the Lawrenceville area, heading into southern parts of Gwinnett County and over into Winder as well, into Borough County, where we had that live shot not long ago. You can see that's where we have the heaviest rain. And then up here where we still have the severe thunderstorm warning, southern parts of Banks County, over toward Commerce as well, into Jackson County. We have that very heavy rain. Still numerous lightning strikes further to the north of there as well. Headed toward the Hartwell area, you can see where we have those numerous lightning strikes that's continuing to slide over toward the east, and a lot of that pushing into South Carolina. You can see over toward the Anderson area in South Carolina, some very heavy rain there as well. And so we'll continue to track this for you as we continue to head through the morning. We're going to catch a break, folks. We are going to catch a break from the rainfall. I do even think we'll get some sunshine in here before it sets, but we're anticipating another line of showers and thunderstorms coming our way later on tonight. We'll say overnight tonight going into Friday morning. So we're going to be here all morning long, all afternoon long, keeping you updated. Of course, if anything happens to turn severe, we get a tornado warning or anything like that, we'll break right in the air and let you know if it's going to be impacting your neighborhood. Keep it locked right here for the very latest all day.